All right, hello, 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 hello. How is everybody doing today? So let me just trim the music just a hair. So the sky was falling yesterday. Oh my God, the sky was falling. We had an update that broke something for less than 24 hours again, and people are freaking out. It appears to be fixed. Seemed like it was from some people who've done some research. It looked like it was essentially what's happened was the AFR was off. It looked like a decimal place. So some people are saying if you change your AFR values by 10 times, it would fix it. That pretty much means to me that it's a decimal place error. So my understanding, again, I didn't do any testing myself. I just patiently waited and they fixed it. But it sounded like from the people who tested it, like if you changed your AFR by 10 times, it would fix it. And so that to me would say that it was just a decimal place error. So those happen. Less than 24 hours, they fixed it. I've got particles back on. So they fixed a bunch of the particles. We were having issues with, for example, fluid ports. If carbon dioxide went through a fluid port, it looked like exhaust. So I had reduced particles on for that, so I've got particles back on now. Did some work on Giraffe here. Here's Giraffe, and it was still working yesterday after the update, but I would have to give it more throttle, which made sense with that hypothesis some people had that it was essentially it would do like a tenth of the AFR you're supposed to be. So instead of doing 13.5, it would do 1.35. So revving it up would therefore increase it and make it work. So now everything's working as far as I've seen, kind of the way it was working. So again, it seems like it was just a small error on their part. They fixed it in less than a day, which makes sense. I think the update came out it was like 3 p.m. or later my time, which it would have been 7 p.m. their time. So it looks like they released the update at end of work day, on Wednesday, and so they left the office. So, it doesn't surprise me that when they came back in the office, they fixed it. I was on General on the Stormworks official Discord last night, and Beginner was in there talking to people. And so it's, pretty much probably when they came in the office, they just quickly fixed the decimal place error, and it fixed it. So I would just, I saw tons and tons of people, they're like, oh, every one of my builds is breaking. I'm currently going through all my builds trying to fix them all. Why? I don't know why people do that. Have some patience, dude. It's literally, I know it sucks. I would have liked to work on some of the stuff last night, but it's like, all you got to do is, just wait. Give it 24 hours. The whole reason they explained why they started releasing on Wednesday was if they release something on Wednesday and there is a bug, they now have Thursday and Friday to fix it before they go away for the weekend. And the old Friday updates, you can imagine if they left the office at 7 p.m. on a Friday and then they're gone Saturday and Sunday, it doesn't get hit till Monday. And the weekend is generally when most people have free time to play games, so it can be more frustrating. So, again, it's Wednesday, it's hump day, it's middle of the week. They release an update, end of work day. Just have some patience. And, in less than 24 hours, they had it fixed. So I don't know why people immediately jump to go and change every build they have. And then they'll complain again today. They'll say that, I changed all my builds last night. Now I got to change them all back. No, that was a choice you made. You chose to be impatient and go completely tear down the wall to fix the little paint smudge on there. You got to just have a little patience, wait for 24 hours. If there's a couple builds you want to just play with, you can make a change to that. But there are people literally in the chat just trying to change every one of their builds, and then once it gets fixed, it's gonna get changed. You're gonna have to change them all back. So it's have some patience. Literally last night I worked on this. That's the reason I have it out. So this now is much more stable. It was weighing about 4,000 yesterday. It's up to almost 7,000 now, so I put an absolute ton of weight blocks in there. If you remember yesterday when we were in the multiplayer stream, when we were hauling the, what do you call it? The hopper containers, they're very heavy. So we're having some instability if we raise them up too high. I did some testing last night after I weighed this up. Even with the very broken game last night, I was able to do testing no problem. And I put the coal hopper, or the hopper container, on the front of this. Could raise it all the way up, drive around with it all the way up. I also gripped the tires up. The tires are now gripped up to, they're gripped up to 5s. I usually do that on all my low wheel count construction vehicles. So these are gripped up to 5s. It now weighs about 7,000. So I'm curious if it can take two regular containers now. It might be able to, because it can take the coal container and carry it all the way up. I think that's pretty much what I did on here. Changed a couple things. So I changed these controls for the guys playing in multiplayer. If you look, it's now forks up and down right here instead of it was forks up and down here. And then it's in and out on these. So I changed that. I also added a fill percentage. So this will now tell you, it's used the same system that the hoppers have. It essentially takes the max capacity for the hoppers we were using yesterday, 729, and it divides the current capacity by the max capacity, and then multiplies it by multiplies it by 100 to give you the percentage. So again, this will tell you the percentage of your fill percent. I changed up the function buttons. I added an extra panel here. If you look, we have we have functions 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6. So 6 function buttons. So I can come up with some utilities to put on the front of this, and they can all have functions. And then right here is your detach utility, and you have to hold it for 5 seconds. So this will actually drop, say, the container. So the last thing you'd want to do is like raise this all the way up and then accidentally drop the container. So you have to hold this for a full 5 seconds. If you don't hold it for a full 5 seconds, it will not drop. So you actually have to hold that for 5 seconds. So if you accidentally press it, it's not the end of the world. You have to hold it for 5 seconds to drop the utility. So a couple quality of life improvements on that. This has buttload of, weight battle cannon pieces in there. As you can see, a lot, like this is completely stacked in the back. So this is very heavy now. So this works really, really well. Happy with that. That's 7,135 mass now. So that worked on that last night. Despite the game being completely broken last night, I got some good stuff done. I made this field bin. So if you remember yesterday in the multiplayer stream, when we got to the gold separator, the gold dirt separator, we need something to be able to put under the spouts that will collect the material and then be able to empty it from the collecting bin into our vehicles. And so, if you remember yesterday, I spawned in a regular container. Then Citrus had to take that container and dump it into one of our containers. So when I despawned the add-on, we did not lose the actual gold because that container would be removed from the game. And so they have these IRL. They're called field bins. Let me see if I can get a picture. They're kind of cool. A lot of this stuff, I really like the engineering from farming. They have really cool stuff in farming. So they put these field bins. There's a couple of different ways they do it. One is they're actually towed behind a vehicle. You generally have to hook the vehicle up to be able to get PTO power, to be able to actually power it, because they're PTO driven generally. But like this is a field bin. And so you can see one hooked to a tractor here. And the way a field bin works is these go and you dump them in the field. And then you can take the combine up and you can dump in here. And then when you want to dump the grain out, you would hook up a PTO shaft, or sometimes they'll have a little, usually a gas motor that's hooked to a shaft, and it will run the auger. And then you can empty from there. Sometimes they'll use these field bins, for example, like if you're feeding sheep, you might put grain out in the field. So you'll store it in a field bin, and then you can more easily get it out to the animals. You also have these. These are overloaders. And so like this one here would actually run out into the field. So these have big flotation tires. You go out and you follow the combine. When the combine is almost full, it turns on its flasher. The tractor will go over there. The combine will dump into this overloading bin. And then you'll have one of these huge field bins. These park on the side. And if you notice where they are in the field can be very soft. You want low compaction, especially in like cornfields. And so you need flotation tires out there. This will run out to the combine. This sits on the side. You notice all the wheels. That's to keep it from sinking in. And then if you look right here, you have a nice compacted gravel road. You do not want to be putting semi-trucks in these fields. They'll sink in. It'll be a pain in the ass to get them out of there. They're designed for the road. They have 120 PSI tires. Some of these tires are now to 5 PSI, I think. they're ridiculously low PSI. And so you would have this field bin dumps in this field bin, as you can see, much, much bigger. And then the semi would come along and you'd dump it in the semi. Then the semi would go out to wherever it's, dumping the grain, either in silos or to sell it. So there's like another field bin. So that's kind of what I designed this after, was field bins. So like if we look at my field bin here, let's look at that. So it's kind of cool. So this is going to be able to be dumped. For example, I can bring this in with an add-on, or we can carry it. This will be, as you can see, it's hookable to the Giraffe. So it can be moved, but what this will likely do is be spawned underneath the spout at the dirt separator. This could be spawned underneath the spouts at the metal ore foundry. And so it's nice and compact. It compacts really well. And then you want to put it in operating position. It's going to raise out the auger. I've got it nice and slowed down so it looks realistic, like it's using hydraulics. All right, and then we can angle it either forward or back. I have a nice little piston on there just for looks. Piston's, not powered. It's using a pivot to turn it, but the piston looks like it's turning it. And so as you can see, it sits very nice and high, and then you can turn on the field bin, and it will spit out whatever you put in there. So this can sit under the spout at, say, the gold dirt separator. The gold will fall in here, and then at our leisure, all we have to do is go underneath it with, if we're using trucks, if we're using trains, if we're using the intermodal containers, and then you just press the button, and it will fall out into the bin, and then you can move it. So kind of a good system there. It's a little bit fast on its centering when it does that, but yeah, click this and it will center back up. So kind of cool there. That's kind of a helpful little utility built last night. Again, kind of knew that the engines weren't working well at the time, knew they would be fixed quickly, as is pretty, some people act like it's a strange thing that they fix their, the stuff they break quickly. If we remember back to the Space DLC pressure update, they had the main fix for the two major problems, which were you had altitude issues with jets, and you had the main issue was they had another decimal place error with gravity. Because of Space DLC, they changed the gravity, because before you just had static gravity, the whole map had one gravity. With Space DLC, when you went out into space, the gravity changed. When you went on the moon, the gravity changed. And so there was a decimal place error with gravity, and that's why the ships were sinking or sitting too low in the water. It was a gravity issue. And so that was a decimal place issue. So usually when it's a small error like that, it usually gets fixed more quickly. Some of the issues do take a long time, and I would consider those to be more balancing issues. Like if you look at some of the issues, if they fix X, they will break Y. If they break Y, then the Y people will be upset. So, for example, they wanted a lot of us have been asking for the ability to put in, oh my God, I can never think of the word when I need it. Moon pools. A lot of us wanted moon pools. And so the way a moon pool works in real life is you pressurize the room. The water has pressure too from the air pushing down on the water. So if the air pressure inside of the room is equal to the water's pressure, it will keep the water from coming in. And so that's how a moon pool works. The problem here is for the sinking ship community, to make moon pools reasonably easy for people to use and not overly complicated, they had to slow down the transfer rates between doors and the room. And so that screwed up some of the sinking ship community's fun. So some of those issues have been with us for quite a while. They've been balancing, continually making changes on those, because those are going to be a balancing issue where as you take from column A and you start ruining the fun of column A to advance column B's fun, and so they're trying to balance it where both A and B can have fun, and it's going to go back and forth until they get that. So let's go ahead and read some chat here. It's funny on the restream chat, all the emojis come up as what I've labeled them. That's all right, Manda. Good to see you, anyways. Yeah, exactly. Like Space City Mopar is talking about, like when I figured out it was an update problem, I just worked on cosmetic stuff. That's exactly what I did last night. I built this last night. This needed to be done. I wanted to build one of these for a while, and it didn't have any motor stuff. I worked on giraffe. I worked on stuff like gauges. I worked on the weight distribution stuff because I knew that, you know, the engine wasn't going to be running normally. What else? You know, so it's like, that's the kind of thing. It's like, you know, if you know that you got a problem with this part of the game, just go do something else or even play another game. And you notice in less than 24 hours, like, it would be another hour and change till it was 24 hours. So in less than 24 hours, they got it fixed. And I think some of these people look silly when they go ranting and raving and they have their hair on fire. And, you know, again, I put it in this context. Imagine if you told somebody how upset you were that you couldn't play your Whittle video game for a day. You know, how would they look at you? You know, and so you kind of think to yourself, you know what? It's okay if I have to take a day's break. It's okay if I have to do some other things on my build. It's okay if I just say, screw it, I don't want to get involved with it. I'll just wait it out, and bingo, next day, it's working again. I don't understand this hair on fire some people have, and I don't understand, like, the people who rush to completely change every element of the build. Just for announcement's sake, I extended the deadline for a number of reasons for the build challenge Juliette. One of them was being that this update came out, and I assumed they were going to put out a hotfix, but I also understand that today and tomorrow would have been the last 2 days, and if somebody, say, for example, could only work on their build, say, Monday, Tuesday, and it got broken, and they couldn't fix it, it wasn't fair to them, so I've extended that a week. So if we look at the build challenge, Juliette, right here on the bottom, it says I'm going to extend the deadline by a week because of changes from the update. As I imagine, they will probably be hot-fixing soonish. Again, less than 24 hours, so it's fixed. So really, that's not a big deal. The new due date is 23rd of March, so 1 week's time. I plan on seeing Dune on Saturday, and we're going to do some St. Patrick's Day stuff on Sunday. So it's good for me as well to extend it. So I extend it to a weekend where I've got nothing going on. That gives you guys extra time to work on it, a little less pressure. People don't have to freak out in case something got broken on their build. And you know, there are some people who said that, oh, you know, I thought I wasn't going to be able to submit. Now I'll be able to submit. So that is extended. So again, you don't have to freak out if you're not done. You've got another week. So that's also edited up here. I try to annotate everything so you guys know that I've changed something and it wasn't. So try to do that. If I make a change, I try to annotate it. So right here it says change due to update. So that's there. So if you guys are participating in Juliette, you've got an extra week. So don't worry about that. Should have plenty of time with that. How's it going, Dan? Okay, good to see you. That's all right. It was a very firm hello. Thank you. Oh, yeah, those buttons were a mess. I usually try not to do them like that. I try to think human factors wise. So, like what Alistair's talking about is the way these buttons are set up. I usually try to do them forward, back. Sometimes I do them sideways just for human factors reasons. So, like one thing you want with human factors, like you imagine, like if you looked at, I'll show you the overhead panel in the Embraer 145. You know, this is, you know, when you get into the really complex machinery, you need, let me see if I can put in cockpit. Maybe that will come up with what I need. There we go. You know, you start getting into complex machinery that have a lot of buttons. It's a big thing. Like, it was part of my degree was going into human factors, and it's very important because this prevents people from pressing buttons they're not supposed to. So, like, this was the cockpit of the jet that I have the most time in. And, like, you look at this, and it looks like, oh, my God, how am I going to find everything? But it's very logically set up. This is electrical systems over here. This is hydraulics, I believe. Think this is hydraulics here. Is that hydraulic or fuel? I can't remember if this is hydraulics or fuel. This is APU. This is fuel. Yeah, this is fuel. Those are fuel pumps. This is APU, that is hydraulics. Again, I haven't flown this airplane in, oh, Jesus, a long time now. It's been, what are we talking here? About 13 years. And then this is hydraulics, engines there. These are your packs, your pneumatic air conditioning kits, and bleed valves. That's your pneumatic systems there. You have, what is this over here? Trying to remember. Flight attendant call buttons there. These are climate control stuffs there. I'm not sure. I can't remember what that is. I'd have to look at the panel. But, like, they set these up logically, and when you come in, you go down this panel, up this panel, down this panel, up this panel, down this panel. It's very logically set up. Like, you know, things are not like, you don't go over here, and then over here, and then over here, and then over here, and over here. And so human factor is very important to kind of make it usable and make it easy for you to understand how to do it and pretty logical. So, like, this is now forks up. This is now forks down. That's forks in, forks out. You notice they're backwards. So these are pointy ends up and down. This is pointy ends in. That kind of tells you that these go together and these go together. So little tricks like that, like this. All these function buttons are square buttons, so you know they're all functions. All my functions are squares. And then this, the detach, it's pointing off to the right, just showing you that it's not going up or down. It's not part of this system. And this is your detach. You know the button looks different, so you quickly want to hit detach. You know, bingo, detach. Easy to find. That's why, like, you go into flip switches and then dials. You don't do dial, 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 dial. You have a couple dials, then you go to a gauge. That keeps you from getting confused and reading the wrong gauge. So it's kind of a human factor thing. So that was some improvement on that. Citrus eating. Yep, I went out to lunch today. Yep, did some work on Giraffe last night, despite the game being broken again. I did weight on this, so it went from about 4,000 mass to 7,100. This can now carry the full hopper container at max height without any problem, no tipping at all. I gripped the tires up to 5s. I did a little bit of interior work. We now have a percentage gauge in there telling you what the percentage of the load is, so you know when you're going to be empty. So that's all in there. I now have 6 function buttons in there, so you can do 6 functions for whatever we add to the end there. How's it going, Rasmus? Good to see you, Rasmus. How's it going, Aaron? Good to see you, Aaron. Arnon, yeah, the old double A, the Arnon. There was a Key and Peele sketch. It was they would say Aaron as Aaron. It was pretty funny. How's it going, Chuck? How are you, Chuck? Good to see you. Yep, Dune. Fear is the mind killer. Careful. What was broken yesterday? So what they did was, so let's look at the actual, like, the wording of the update. You know, a lot of the criticism is valid. I get it. I don't get the breathlessness. I don't get the people pulling their hair out and catching on fire. It's like people got to relax a little bit. But I certainly get some of the criticism. Like, one of the criticisms I would agree with is it would be nice if they put a little bit of details in here, like what they actually did. And then they could get some feedback. And listen, I have no problem with them ignoring our feedback. Who the hell are we? You know, would you listen to every Tom, Dick, and Harry that tells you how to fix your build? No. You know, I've had people tell me to do some of the silliest things to, quote unquote, fix my builds. You know, not understanding why the build is the way it is. Not understanding that the way the build is the way I want the build to be. And so you can imagine that on a larger scale as if you're a dev and you want something, or like they know what the next major updates are going to be. They know that, hey, there's no point in fixing this right now because we're going to change it in a month or 2 months or 3 months. You know, so they have a lot more information that we don't have. That doesn't mean that they're right all the time. They're wrong a lot of the time. But, you know, I think some people need to kind of realize that. But one criticism that some people made is it would be nice if they tell us these things. So, for example, like this was what they said yesterday. Fixed issues with engine fuel consumption. I have not noticed any fuel consumption issues. So I would actually like to know what they meant by that. I would like them to be like, you know, at certain periods of time, the modular engine fuel manifold was deleting some fuel. Okay, that would tell me, okay, well, I didn't notice it, but this was going on. Okay, good. I'm glad you fixed that. They changed some of the exhaust stuff. That was a long desired fix, especially for people, I know, the trippers of the world. who like steam, they wanted their black smoke. They fixed, this was one that I'm glad I had decreased particles on. I just turned the particles back to normal. They increased threshold for exhaust rendering from ports because what was happening was if you had carbon dioxide, which I think was like 2% of your atmosphere in your vehicle, you know, the longer you're in there, the greater it gets. But I think it starts at like something like 2% of your air volume is carbon dioxide. And what would happen is when the carbon dioxide would come out of the fluid ports, like say in your air recirculation system, it would show up as exhaust. And so they changed the threshold for exhaust rendering from ports. So it seems like with the wording there, increased threshold instead of saying getting rid of. I think they want the I think they must be using carbon dioxide for exhaust. It would not surprise me. We could actually do some tests with that. It would be kind of cool. And so they increased the threshold. So likely if the carbon dioxide in your room is only at 2%, let's say they made it so that it does not render until 10%. And then let's say an exhaust pipe is spitting out 25%. You know, and then so it's unlikely that your room's going to get to 25% carbon dioxide because you're going to suffocate first. And so then the particles would never show. So that was bugging people for a while. I had it on reduced particles because of that. Diesel burner fuel consumption rates, they changed that. I'm not sure what that was all about. This one right here is the one we're kind of talking about. Fix, improve modular engine stability. This is kind of a black box. I agree with some of the criticism, people saying, like, come on, give us a little bit of details, like, release a detail patch note. I understand it can be annoying to do. I don't want them to waste too much time. Like, I'd rather them work on the game than spend all day, like, typing out a report for us. But, like, they could probably put something here. Improve modular engine stability. Now oscillations are less because of... So, like, for example, I think modular engine stability has gone down a little bit with the pressure update because if you notice we have fluctuations with our intake air. Sometimes you'll notice your needle is a little bit more flappy than it was previously to pressurization update. And so what my hypothesis would be is as the air is getting pressurized or depressurized with, say, a supercharger, what it's doing is it's giving you a somewhat of an oscillation in your air intake. And so if you have an oscillation in your air intake and then you're feeding it into a PID, you're getting an oscillation of your air value, and that's going to cause an oscillation of your fuel value. And so that's going to cause instability. I've noticed it's a little bit harder to tune PIDs for my modular engines since pressure update. Makes sense. The air volumes are changing more rapidly. And so, for example, if they said, you know, improve modular engine stability by reducing fluctuations in air volume, that would kind of explain what they did. So I would like to see that. But this here, it broke a bunch of people's engines because it looked like it was a decimal place off in AFR. So what likely was happening is if you wanted 13.5 stoichiometry, you actually needed to put in 1.35. So some people were noticing that it was, you had to change your value by a factor of 10. That tells me it's likely a decimal place error. So they put it in the code, and they put the decimal place in the wrong place. We all do that. I do that constantly. Should they have done it? Would have been great if they had not put it out in that state? Sure. But again, they fixed it in 24 hours. That's the second best thing. First best thing is not have it come out in the first place, that we even see it. And 2 is fix it within 24 hours. So, again, would have been great if it didn't come out? Yeah, but did they do the right thing and get it fixed quickly? Yeah. So it really doesn't bother me all that much. Let me see. Some people have been having issues. I want to test this today. Disable look direction forces when surface swimming. So I'm not 100% sure what this means, look direction forces, but what I think it is if you notice, when I jump off of the dock, okay, to jump on my ship, if I'm going to overshoot my ship, the way I fix it so I don't overshoot my ship is I look down. Because if you're looking straight across, your character will continue. You kind of have a look direction force that will continue you in the direction you're looking, okay? And so when I want to jump on my ship, if I'm short, I look up. And I will actually continue flying through the air longer and land on my ship. If I'm going to overshoot, I look down and I land on the ship more quickly. And so what I think was happening was you were getting this look direction force when you were swimming on the surface, and so it was causing issues where you could move your character on top of the water by looking. And so we'll test that a little bit. But let me see. Some people are saying that Steam was broken. I went and brought up my Steam systems, and they're working fine. Like, there was one issue I was having. Let's bring it up real quick. Kind of talk about the update just a little bit, and then we'll move on from there. But, like, I brought up... so, one claim people had on the official last night, which I pretty much dispelled myself pretty quickly, was you can't heat up furnaces. My furnaces will not heat up. Okay, so that tells me it was their logic, not the system, because I took my preset from my tutorial, and the furnace would go up to like 300 degrees. I'd get the boiler up to 300 degrees. I think there is an issue where I'm not able to choke this properly anymore, so I do have to look at that, because there are some changes with this. But again, I don't think they're game breaking. I think they are some adjustments have been made, and you need to be flexible and adjust. You know, I think that's kind of the whole thing with that. If you notice, the black smoke is back. A lot of people have been desperately asking for the black smoke to come back. That is back. So I get people being upset with that they put something out that was not perfect. I absolutely agree with that. I get it. But we did get a handful of things that are, I think, improvements and that we've been asking for, like smoke coming back for these. So what this is supposed to do is once this hits a certain temperature, it's supposed to choke off the air. If you notice, we're getting air in there now. And I think what it's still heating up past where it should. They may have fixed it. Let me quickly check. If they fixed it, I'm actually curious about this, because if this is working better than it was yesterday, I wonder if it was an air value they changed instead of just a modular engine thing. So we'll take a look. It actually looks like it was an air value thing. So let's check the valve. Okay, the valve's still open. Okay, this looks like an air value thing. Yep, 100%. Okay, so this looks like what they broke yesterday is fixed on Steam as well. So again, people were pulling their hair out. Steam's broken again. But, so what was happening yesterday, I took this exact example out yesterday, and the temperature of my furnace was going up to like insane numbers, 308 and 48 degrees. Okay. If you notice that we're keeping my firebox around 120 degrees, I go over this in the tutorial if you need to, if you're interested. So essentially the furnace control unit, what it does is it looks at the temperature of the firebox. Whenever the firebox gets above the set temperature, which I think is around 120 degrees, it will close the valve so that we can actually tell where it is. So watch when that goes down. I think maybe 140. Okay, see it closed? Now watch what happens to the temperature. The temperature goes down when I cut the air. Makes sense, right? You're suffocating the fire. This is how they do it in real life. You can actually, sometimes on these old coal boilers, they would have these little spinning screw gates, and you would close them and it would reduce the airflow going into the firebox. And that's how you would cool the firebox, by modulating the air. You're essentially, that's what a throttle is. You're throttling the air. You're choking. To throttle means to choke. That's why what a choke does when you pull the choke on your engine, you are choking the engine. And so if you notice this, so yesterday, this firebox was going up to 348 degrees. And the problem was when the valve was open, when the valve was closed, it would still have enough air volume that it could still breathe and still produce more temperature. And so it looks like the problem we were having with both modular engines and Steam yesterday was they had a bad decimal place in their air volume. And so likely we're getting too much air into our modular engines. We're getting too much air into our fireboxes, and that was a lot. And then for a modular engine, you now have to reduce the fuel because, right, you need a certain value of air for fuel. And the same thing was true here. And now this is working fine again. No problems with this. And so yesterday what was happening was because of that runaway temperature, if you watch the tutorial, this probe here is 32 degrees. And the reason why this is only at 32 degrees, which the ambient temperature in this room is 29 degrees, is because there's a hot firebox right here and there's a hot boiler right here. The temperature of the boiler is 109 degrees. So you have a 109 degree boiler here, you have a 120 degree furnace here, and so some of that temperature carries over to this temperature probe. If we walk back, I don't have them here. Okay, right here. So this side, you see, you have a bunch of temperature probes. You can see we're at 29 degrees, which is ambient temperature. We're at 31, we're at 34, and we're at 34.9. So these are within the same sphere of influence. So likely it has a fall-off rate. So it probably has circles going around it, and it changes the temperature fall-off rate. And so the problem that a lot of people were having with steam before I made the tutorial was they had their condenser so close to the friggin' firebox, and they were doing everything you know, faster, better, bigger, stronger, hotter, as was their strategy. Is, oh, just make it hotter, just make it hotter, just make it faster. And that was the wrong answer. The right answer is you only need your furnace to be as hot to keep this over 100. And so this furnace is at 100, this one's at 109. That makes it so this is only 30 degrees. Because this is only 30 degrees right here, you notice that the steam condenser is only at 60 degrees. What was happening yesterday was because of the runaway air volume, this could get up to 348 degrees. This could get up to like 300 degrees. And that would cause this temperature port to read 160 degrees. And because this temperature port was at 160 degrees, it made the condenser go over 100. Well, the whole point of a condenser is you're taking 100 degree steam and you need to get it below 100 degrees for it to condense back into water. You're taking steam, you need to cool it to get it to condense back into water, and as soon as the steam condenser hits 100 degrees, it can no longer condense. And so it's useless. And then what happens? You're not getting any new water in your boiler, and your turbine slows down. So it makes logical sense. A bunch of people are freaking out, and they're pulling all their steam shit apart yesterday. Just leave it alone. Wait, literally, wait half a day. It was about half a day, and they fixed it. You know, I know it would have been great if they didn't come out with the bugs. I think it looks bad for them. It's not a good look. But, you know, as you can see, like, literally, I've done nothing with this system. Like, the people who ripped their ships apart all yesterday, you got people today ranting on Reddit, as usual. You know, somebody telling me I probably only have 150 hours in the game. But, you know, so that's what I think they broke. I think it makes sense. If the air volume was off by 10 times, which is a decimal place, if that was what happened, then it makes sense for both modular engines and that. It sucks that they didn't catch the error, but it was fixed quickly. So best thing, not make the error in the first place, or not release the error in the first place. And then the next best after that is within 24 hours they fixed it, and they did. And I know people want to turn this as the dev sucks on Reddit and everything else, but you know, they talked about how they're going to Wednesdays for this reason. They did it because we as the community have been asking for them to release it earlier in the week so that they can fix bugs before the weekend. They did it. Every developer is going to release bugs. It's going to happen. And the best thing they've done is they've been listening. I think they've been taking some steps in the right direction. That's as much as we can ask from them. And they're not perfect. They'll never be perfect. None of us are perfect when we build our shit. I make mistakes constantly in my builds. But what we can, I think the real expectation that's, I think, reasonable is that they fix these things in a reasonable amount of time. And they did. They fixed it within 24 hours. I think a lot of the people look silly who were like pulling their hair out last night, rebuilding all their builds. Like, that's on them. If you pulled your engines all apart last night, that's on you. You know, I think it's better sit, wait, let it fix. So I thought it was important to go over that topic, but we'll catch up with some chat and we'll move on. Yeah, but that's Simon had asked what happened yesterday, so that was it. Yeah. Yeah, like York is saying, it was 1.37 instead of 13.7, and that's the issue, is you move it by a decimal place there, and once you see it's a decimal place error, you got to just say, put in a bug report, support a bug report, or just friggin' wait. You know that the really disgruntled people are going to bitch and whine, and the devs are going to be all like, shit, we screwed something up, and they're going to catch it quickly, and that's exactly what happened. Is Beginner was on the official last night, talking with people, and I bet he sent them a message. It was like, hey, there's an issue with AFR and this, and a bunch of people have done testing, and they probably think it's a decimal place error with air. And bingo, guess what? They came in this morning, changed the decimal place. You know, you could see the game needed an update this morning, updated, and guess what? Everything fixed and works. One of the reasons I harp on this disgruntled bullshit and why it actively pisses me off is the developers need the room to be able to make some changes, that some of these changes are going to be unpopular, some are going to break, and they need the ability to try some things that might not work, because that's how innovation happens. You need to break things sometimes to realize it's either a good idea or a bad idea. And some things that seem like a great idea in your head are not. Some things that seem like a bad idea end up being great ideas. Like, for example, one change they make that I was not a huge, I wouldn't say I wasn't a huge fan of, but I was actually a little bit torn about, was when they made us have to go get fuel. Because I knew a bunch of the community was going to be like, oh, I just want to like spawn something and use it. Okay, you want to just spawn something and use it? Okay, go like this, and bingo, you've got it. Or go like this. Go infinite resources, come over here, and pump as much fuel out of here as you want. You've got infinite resources on, okay? Then you can pump as much fuel out of your base as you want. You've got the ability to do it right here. I get that. I think it's actually a good idea, because the devs knew that they were going to be putting in oil. And so now, like, would I do as much oil drilling if I didn't need to? Probably not. This kind of, it leads me into more gameplay. You know, when I need oil, I have to drill, I have to put in a fracturing tower. That's got me some interesting gameplay. Then I have to transport it from here to there. And so I think that puts in some interesting gameplay. You know, so, you know, we need to give them the room where they can do where they can try some things. Some things are going to fall right in their face. Some things are going to be good, are going to work well. Some people are going to hate everything they do because they play the game differently than you. Some things are going to piss you off, but you need to understand that other people play the game differently than you, and maybe they're the majority of the people play it differently than you. And you got to kind of be chill with that too, so. We'll kind of get off that topic, but that was important. I just saw like Reddit losing their mind again, and a bunch of people losing their mind, and bingo. And it looks so silly now. It just really does. You know? It just looks so silly now. Yeah, that was just the issue, Simon. Yeah, exactly. Like York's talking about, you know, Muffin talked about this too. Is like you could have gone to the you know, half fuel than air. So if you're using 1 unit of air, you use 0.5 units of fuel. You could go back to that. And the reason why that works is, again, no matter what the air volume is, as long as you're splitting the air, the difference was with stoichiometry, you're actively changing how much air you use to fuel, and most of us are controlling it with a PID. So if you change it by a factor of 10, your p-value is now likely off by a factor of 10. And so likely for a lot of us, for example, when I spawned Giraffe last night, it would stutter and it would not start until I pressed down the W key. Because what am I telling it? I'm telling it I want more fuel. I want more air. And that would increase the desired air value, which would then be compensated with fuel automatically. And so it would give me enough. Like, let's say they moved the decimal place in the other direction. Likely what would happen is you'd start your engine and it would rev up like crazy because it would be giving it too much. So that's likely what happened. And again, it was an easy fix if people had to fix it last night. But I would just like caution people, like, dude, give it 24 hours, see what happens. They told us why they moved the updates to Wednesdays for this very reason. If they put in a bug, they now have Thursday and Friday to fix it. And it exactly worked the way it was supposed to. They made a mistake. It was an honest mistake. It was a decimal place error. We've all done it. We've all tried to do a percentage, and we put, you know, instead of times 100, we've done times 10, and we're like, that doesn't look right. And we go and fix it. You know, but, you know, generally for us, the only person that gets aggravated is us. You know, if the devs do it, you know, then you get all of us aggravated. But, you know, a lot of this is just like, wait it out, man. That's the whole reason they moved updates to Wednesday, was if it breaks, if there's a bug, if there's something unintentional they do, then they have Thursday, Friday to fix it. Escape from Tarkov did this a couple months ago. They put out a patch that essentially made the game unplayable for a bunch of people for a couple days. And that is a much bigger game with a probably an equally disgruntled group of people. But And they rolled the whole patch back, and they worked on it. It took a couple more months because people didn't like the direction they went. It happens, man. Even big, huge game studios do this, and these guys are 4 people doing it. So that's why I kind of just sit back and relax with this stuff. It's like, you know what? If I couldn't have, let's say I could have played today, we would have played something else. Wouldn't have been a big deal. It's like some of these people just need to relax. They're just kind of high strung. Yep, I agree. The El Satan's talking about documentation important. Absolutely. I don't think they need to go overboard. They don't need to do a paragraph per bug fix, but a little bit of extra terminology, tell us what they did, a little bit would be helpful. That would be helpful to them as well, too, I think. Like, listen, I can absolutely get it where you have 200 people telling you, hey, do this, do this, do this. Like, literally, I watch all the time on Reddit as somebody asks for help on their build, and I would say at least 50% of the responses are wrong, just flat out wrong. You have somebody with 200 hours who doesn't really know too much, but they want to help, and they tell the person the wrong thing. And like 50% of the answers are often just completely wrong. And that could lead somebody in the wrong direction where they spend 4 hours pulling their hair out because you led them in the wrong direction. You know, that's why I think it's, you know, the documentation is important, kind of showing people how to do these things. I would like to see them do that. You know. Doing well, officer. How are you? Yep, the old Godfather of Steam. Yep, Black Smoke is back. I could look at it, Daniel, see if I can find the problem too. Yep, people ranting on Reddit. Yep. Yeah, see, I'm actually curious about that, Rasmus. Why? You know, a bunch of people are saying, you know, my Steam's broken because they got rid of the pressure node. I get that, but I just don't understand why anyone's using that pressure node. Because I'm really curious about that because it doesn't make sense to me why. Well, like, what information is that giving you? Because personally, this is what I would do. Let's run this really quickly here. Let's run this really quickly. This is how I would think is probably the better way to run it anyway. Because, like, the devs even talked about, we could kind of see this coming. I'm not surprised. Like, a bunch of people were like, literally, it's funny. In the chat in the last couple weeks updates, I've literally seen people be like, why do you just not get rid of the pressure node if it's faked, if it's useless, if it doesn't tell us anything? A bunch of the community members had been asking for them just to get rid of it. And they get rid of it, and then other people are using it. And that's kind of, I think, one of the problems they run into is we all build things differently. We all have things that we prioritize. We all have our different methodologies. And so, like, some people are like, oh, the unit testing should have caught this. Yeah, but this is the problem is, like, you have some people that build 180 degrees from one another. And so for some people, their stuff's going to work, and some people, they're not. Like, literally, every one of my engines worked after the pressure update. Why? Because I have a stoichiometry system in there. So if the air value changed by 10%, guess what? The fuel value changes by the same 10, well, not the same 10%, but by 10% as well. And so every one of my engines worked after the pressure update, but you had some people that they set their system up with, say, just a divide by 2, but now that the number was lower and it brought them below the 2 RPS and their engine wouldn't start. And so for those people, none of their engines worked. For me, every one of my engines worked. So, you know, frankly, I don't know of a good way for the devs to make it where everybody's systems would work. They kind of have to be like, you know, they kind of have to shoot for the meat of the curve, I think. So personally, Rasmus, this is how I would do it. Like, the number that was in here was pretty useless. It would cap out at 2.5, and it would pretty much almost instantly get to 2.5. As soon as the boiler got going, it went to 2.5. I think this is a much more useful number right here. If you put a T-piece in a pressure sensor post-boiler, it now, if you notice, we're at 50 atmospheres. This will cap out at 60 rather. So, for example, like, let's say you wanted to run your pressure to your turbine at maximum atmospheres, right? At 60. So that tells me if my turbine is running at 50 atmospheres right now, I still have another 9 atmospheres I could go. So I could increase the temperature of my boiler more and get more power. So, like, let's actually test this real quick. So we're at 51. let's go like this. So let's go in here. And let's go, so we're holding our furnace temperature at let's see, where's the boiler temp? Boiler temp at 110. As you can see, we're holding at 109 and change. Let's go up to 115. Now let's see what happens. So we're at 51. So let's see if increasing the boiler temperature will boil off more water more quickly and will increase that number from 51 to, say, 55. And then once we hit 60, again, once we hit 60, we're capped, right? So the only way to get more power is to add a second boiler, right? 2 boilers pushing 60 is going to be pushing double the volume of the steam, essentially. You can have a more ready supply of it. In order to increase pressure, you need to decrease steam. If you increase volume at the same pressure, you can then increase your speed as well. You know, pretty basic turbine logic there. You know, the more high pressure gas, or in this case steam, you can put through a turbine at a greater speed, the faster the turbine's going to spin. Once you hit 60, you can't go any higher. You have to add a second boiler. Now you're running 2 boilers at 60. You're moving double the volume of steam. You should be able to double the speed, increasing the turbine. So we upped that by 5 degrees. Let's see if we can get to 60. That was like, somebody had a criticism of my tutorials, which I get. I don't necessarily agree with it, but like the way I did my tutorials for steam was I was just running it all off a turbine. I don't care really about making the perfect system. The point of the basics tutorial system was to go over the basics so that people who thought steam was broken could now use steam. It was not to make the most perfect, and it was also to make it simple. It's called the basic series for a reason. All right, so actually, let's see if we get up there. We might be, we're going up on temp now. So you notice the fluid volume still going down. That means we're making more steam. So we're still ramping up. We got to wait for that fluid volume to get down before we get anything else. All right, so we're still at 0.0166 fluid volume. So likely, we may not get an increase in pressure. I'll have to look, but you notice our temperature is up by about 4 degrees now. And so we're about the same. So probably I would need a larger volume of water at this point. So maybe 2 condensers, or I need 2 boilers, because if we look right there, you can see the fluid volume is the same. It's at 0.016667. That's exactly the same fluid volume. So I'm not putting any extra water into the boiler. The boiler is hot enough. I could actually probably go lower and get the same value. So I'd actually probably make this more efficient. So likely at this point, I need to inject more water into my boiler, which would mean, here, let's see if we can do that. I won't play with this for too long, but so like we have this. I did this on one of my other tutorials. Let's see, because this was part 2. So on the other parts, I think it was a 5-part or a 6-part series. I can't tell what side that's on. There it is. Okay. A fluid port anywhere? I don't think so. So, like, personally, Rasmus, this is how I would run my system now, is I would put a pressure sensor on there, because that's going to give you the most useful information right now, because I think the 2.5, like, the devs have been talking about it for the last 3 weeks. It doesn't surprise me they finally nixed it, because they've been talking about for, like, the last 3 weeks of, like, how it was a fake number, how it was not really useful. This, I think, is an actual useful number, is telling you the pressure of the steam coming out of the boiler. I think that's going to be a more useful number. Personally, I would change the system up for that. I understand. I don't get what the 2.5 was useful for. I get when it was 10, it made sense, because you knew that at 10 you would explode your boiler. So if you could get to 9.9999999, that would be your max power. I get that, but I just don't know what the 2.5, how that makes any sense. Yeah, what happened yesterday, they made a decimal place error. They changed a decimal place by 1 point, and for about, 18 hours, some people's modular and steam engines were acting funky, and then they came out this morning with an update to fix it, and it's fixed. So that was all that happened. But people were losing their minds last night over it. Yeah, like CG's saying, the majority of people probably played the game differently than me. You know, people got to think of that. Like, I don't want anyone to lose their fun completely. Like, that's like sinking ship survival, I have no interest in, period. But I don't want that part of the game to go away because I want all those people to enjoy the game as well. You know? That's good, yeah. Yeah, I agree, Simon. Like, there's no other, like, I wanted to go play, like, say today was fucked up. I've been kind of wanting to play Kerbal a little bit. All right, there we go. Look at that. All right, so Rasmus, this is personally how I would do it. If you notice, we're up to 59. So, actually, let's watch the fluid volume. Let's see where it goes. Let's make sure we don't go back down. It already looks promising. It already looks like this is going to cap us out at 60. Let's wait till this goes down. So, okay, so if we look at the numbers, it's 16678. I would say that's just a standard value it's going to get down to. I would say that that is a placeholder value. So instead of the fluid going down to 0.0000000000001, they've got a placeholder in there where it holds down. It only gets this low. So it's kind of, think of it as a clamp. So the water can only clamp down to 0.016679 or around there. You know, I would say that's probably a clamp value. So if you notice now we're at 59.949989. The maximum we can go is 60. So this, I should have checked this before what we're making for RPS, but you notice we're at 59.9 atmospheres. We're maxed out now. So personally, Rasmus, I would use this. And so, for example, I do kind of a secondary system where I don't really, what I do is I modulate the temperature until I get the result I want. So I do a results-based tweaking. So I tweak my temperature until I get the power I want. So I essentially tweak the temperature until I get the output value I want. So I'm using a generator. This is a non-geared generator. So what I'd essentially do is I would tweak this until I get the generator. Now, this is the problem. We're actually not getting any more power. This is another thing you kind of want to understand with this is I think the turbines have a max RPS. I think it's around 19.78. And so if you wanted more power out of this, you have to gear. And so now because this is making more pressure, this is giving us more torque. That means we can gear up higher, and the RPS will stay at 19 longer. So, you know, if you wanted more power out of this, you'd want to gear up the turbine. The reason this is not geared is the whole test here is to just to get the basics running. This is why it's a basics tutorial stuff. But like if you notice there, we're at 59. So personally, Rasmus, this is what I would use. I would just go T-piece pressure sensor. I would run off this. So say, for example, you want a really elegant steam system that ran at maximum efficiency at all times. What you would do is you dial in your temperature of your furnace and your boiler to maintain 60 atmospheres at all times. And then if you wanted to go, let's say you put your set point at 60 atmospheres, so full throttle on your boat would be 60. If you bring it back to 55 atmospheres, right, that would be, what are you talking there? It would be a little bit less than 10%. So you bring your throttle back about 10%. Now you're telling your turbine or your boiler, hey, I want 55 atmospheres. Well, how does it get to 55 atmospheres? The PID would automatically lower the temperature. And then if you want 10 atmospheres, you would bring it back to 10 atmospheres, and it would automatically lower the temperature again. And the furnace would get colder and colder, the boiler would get colder and colder, and you'd get down to 10 atmospheres. And then you want to throttle up again, you say, hey, I want 60 again, it would change the temperature. So if you want a real elegant system, that's personally how I would do it, is run a pressure sensor, and then 60 is the max, and run off that. But I'm curious, why do you use the 2.5, Rasmus? Yeah, I don't know how the devs take the hate all the time. I think they ignore it. Like, I have trouble myself staying away from some of this bullshit. Like, I went on Reddit today, and like somebody put a post that I thought was silly. Is the game even fixable? Like, dude, we played 6 hours yesterday, had a blast. I play every day. Like, I literally play, what did I put? I put, works fine for me. I play every day. And somebody put, like, oh, I bet he has 150 hours. Like, dude, I got 6,000 hours, man. You know, it's like, I don't know, man. I don't understand the ranting at them like that. I just don't get it, man. And it's like some people literally, like, there's somebody in Reddit who self-proclaimed has not played the game in 2 years, and they're still hanging around in the Stormworks Reddit ranting. It's like, dude, you haven't played the game in 2 years. Fuck off and go play a game you like, man. You know, it's not the game for you anymore. Go play something you like. You know, Jesus. You know, one of the reasons why I still go on Reddit is literally like there was a new player yesterday, and there are some people I like on Reddit who, you know, I don't want to completely, and they only hang out on Reddit. Well, like, one of the reasons why I still go on Reddit is like there are some new players on Reddit who ask questions, who, if you let that place devolve into the shitty, you know, naysayers all the time, they're not gonna get any help there. They're gonna think that, oh, the game's broken beyond belief and I wasted my money. You know, and so, you know, I kind of go on there just to try to help people out sometimes, but it is a fucking miserable place, I'll tell you that. All right, let's look. Yeah, but Reddit's pretty irredeemable. You know, it's tough, you know. I'm boating junkie with my real boat underground piers. Yep, fills the void there. How's it going there, Sergeant Chaos? What's up? Good to see you, good to see you. Busy at the work, huh? Oh, okay, to not overfill the boiler with water, I get you. Yeah, okay, so you're not... So once it hits 2.5, you just restrict water flow, I get you. Yeah, I was just curious, I didn't know why people might be doing it. I just run mine off of temperature the whole time, so... You know, frankly, I would just temp down the engine myself. That's just how I do it. That makes sense to me. I just couldn't think why people are using it. That's what a turbine sounds like, though. You know, a lot of a jet turbine, like if you stand in the right place, you can actually hear the turbine kind of turning. Like when we turn on our turbines, like when you're first starting a jet engine, you dry motor it. It's turning, but there's no fuel going into it, and you can hear what the turbine would sound like without the fuel noise, without the burner can noise, essentially. That sucks when work's taking all the time. Yeah, I was just curious because I was like, it makes sense. It makes perfect sense why people use it. But I saw a bunch of people like, oh, you know, all my stuff's broken now because I use the 2.5 number. And I just didn't understand why people are using the 2.5 number, but now that makes sense. Yep, like York's comment, love it when you work on something for like 2 hours trying to troubleshoot it. It's the simplest part known to man that you forgot. Like, so many times I've done, like, tiny little stupid mistakes. Like, literally, almost every time, I've gotten better at this because I do it all the time, is if I'm building a modular engine, let me bring up the tutorial. So, like, if I'm building a modular engine, this is 90% of the time when my modular engine isn't working, that's what it is. I forgot to connect the engine node. Every friggin' time I forgot to connect the engine composite. I'll get in there, everything else connected, I go to crank, it won't crank. 90% of the time, that's what it is. The other 10% of the time is I didn't put a friggin' exhaust pipe on there. Those are the two things, and now that I know that I do that all the time, I usually catch them pretty quick. I'll be like, up, engine didn't crank. I go right to composite, and then the next thing I do is exhaust, and, like, you know, it's so... I don't know. I try to put myself in other people's shoes before I go on a rant fest. You know, like that, because it's like I can understand. Like I've made these silly mistakes all these times, and they're tiny little mistakes, and they happen. Especially like end of the day, you're tired, and you make us like late at night. I can't think of logic for shit. Like I'd rather do cosmetic stuff or mechanical stuff because like I can't think of the complex logic. Then you wake up in the morning and bingo, you just get it done. you know, and so it's like, you know, that's sometimes your brain's just not set up for that. And it's like, you know, I can imagine end of the workday, they push out this thing, they think it's all good to go, and then boom, you know, they're at home and they realize, shit, this is broken. And they go in the morning and they fix it, you know, and that's the best we can ask of them. Again, you know, this is a job for them. You know, it's like any other job, right? If you're supposed to work 9 to 5 and at 7 o'clock at home, your boss calls you and says, oh, yeah, you got to come back to work to fix this thing. The answer is no, I'll see you in the morning. You know, and that's what the answer should be. You know, and people just got to relax, you know, and then in the morning it was fixed, you know. Oh, I'm glad you can see him anyway, Sergeant, though. Yeah. I know I kind of have a counter rant, but Reddit was kind of a pain in the ass today. We have some of the standard, like, whiny people up in there causing problems, and, like, just... I'm mostly ignoring them, but, you know, I'm pretty much at this point just sick of Reddit completely. It's like, it's an irredeemable place. Like I said, the only reason I go back there is, like, you'll get some new players who... And Reddit used to be a good source for that. You go to a game, you need help in a game, you go on Reddit, but it's just become such a, like... And the reason why, like, right now, if any of you guys are interested, I dare not do it myself, but the stormworks Reddit is looking for new moderators. The moderators have been doing... Listen, I understand it's probably a thankless job, but the moderators have been doing pretty much nothing. They've been pretty much ignoring, you know, there have been people who are straight up breaking the rules constantly. It's become a very negative place. And not that it has to be an echo chamber where it's all positive shit, but it's also, it's like, you know, there are people who don't even play the game who just, like, break the rules and, like, just make the place... The place is supposed to be for talking about this game. You know, criticism's fine, but, like, literally, you just got people in there just doing useless shit. And, like, the stormworks Reddit started, people just started posting pictures of cats to see if the mods were alive. And finally, after, like, a day, one of the mods saw it and, like, came back and was like, then they opened it up. They're looking for moderators. But you got, like, people who are some of the negative, useless people who've pretty much given up on the game, who just have negative outlook. It's like, if you've given up on the game, then go play something else and go enjoy that community. Why are you hanging around here, like, bringing down the rest of the community? Like, there are good people in that Reddit who help out other people, who answer questions, who try to help people out, who post their builds. And then you got other people that every day they just put a whiny bitch fest, like, let's boycott the game, let's do another review bomb, and it's like, you know, it's an irredeemable place. It really is. You know, and you know, that's part of it. And one of the reasons why it's such a repository for, like, you know, I would say it's a repository for the misfits, that they got kicked out of official because they broke the rules. And they got kicked out of other people's discords because guess what? They broke the rules. And they got kicked out of the Steam discussions. Guess why? Because they broke the rules. And then they went to Reddit, which is the Wild West, where the moderators have been inactive and they have not been enforcing the rules. And so they go there, and now it's full of all the people who are all breaking the rules and are disgruntled people, and it just brings the whole place down. And it's, you know, what Reddit needs is it needs some good moderators on there who are like, there are rules in there. The first rule of the stormworks Reddit is don't be a dick. And so you need somebody that when somebody's a dick, they get booted. Or they get a timeout. And you realize that, hey, quickly, I can't be a dick anymore here either, you know. And then let them start their own Reddit, anti-Stormworks Reddit. Great, because you can go have your echo chamber there, you know, because I have no problem with people criticizing the game who, you know, are not just dickheads about it, you know. Yeah, it would make sense. That was one thing that a lot of us, I think, agree with Rasmus is, like, I think they should have taken the 2.5 out of there and just, like, where I put a pressure note in there, like, people were asking this on the discussions for the update yesterday, like, why didn't you guys just put the output pressure on there? Like, that's what they should have put, is output steam pressure. You know, and just fake a gauge out there. And so instead of putting a gauge, it would read output steam pressure. That's what it should have done. I think that would have been the best bet. Yep. Yep, we had a blast and earned $4,000. You know, and that's a good testament. Like yesterday, we had a lot of fun in multiplayer. If you caught it, was played for like 6 hours. We did gold. We only made $4,000, but that wasn't the point. The point was to have fun, and so I think we had a lot of fun. We had some of the most fun that I've had playing, and we got $4,000. That's irrelevant, you know, because at the end of the day, it wasn't. You know, I don't give a shit about money per hour. It's fun per hour, right? That's the reason why we're playing the game, right? We'd all be at work if we wanted more money per hour. Fuel manifold, yeah. Yep, engine RPS. I never do that because I tend to go through all of my, what are they called? Data nodes? Data nodes. I go through all my data nodes first. It's the composites I usually forget. Yeah, that's the thing is, like, that's what pisses me off about Reddit. It's why I even still go on there. Like, even now, I looked at some more moronic comments, and like, somebody was bitching at me for not, like, answering their long diatribe of nonsense, and it's like, again, they made, like, 20 unfounded claims, which, it's called the Gish Gallop. What you do is you make a bunch of claims, and you make a ton of them, and then the person who actually cares about refuting the claims would have to then spend 6 hours getting all the sources and getting all the quotes. And like, I could literally spend 3 hours getting all the quotes, going through all the updates, quotation, 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 link, 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 and that person's not even going to read it. And so it's like, that's kind of the thing that annoys me. You know, it's that's kind of a Gish Gallop, and they'll do that. You know, it's a dishonest way of arguing, and that's why I kind of get out of there with that. But it's, you know, you'll get in there and you'll get a new player who's excited to play. The game sounds like it's actually the game for them. They're not just a sinking ship enthusiast who doesn't even want to build and has no interest in learning. They want to learn. They want to build. They want to learn all the mechanics. This sounds like a game for them. It sounds like they'll be a multi-thousand-hour player. And then you get a bunch of these people who are like, game's broken. It's a waste of time. The game's dying. Look at the Steam charts. Like, there was a good post from Beginner last night that, let me see if I can find it. So there was a post, it was, you know, somebody talking about stormworks losing players or something like that, or the player crash of players. And so, like, I would say a lot of people don't understand how statistics work, which is problematic. Let me see if I can find where's charts. There's charts. So like if we look at here, let's go all time. So this is the graph for player count. Okay. Now some people are saying the player count's dying out. Okay. Now it is way too early to say that. It could be, absolutely, 100%. I agree. It could be, but it is way too early to say that. Like this part here is not a trend. Okay. That is a statistical anomaly. Let's see if I can find the. I just duplicated something. Let me see, hockey stick graph. All right, so this is a famous misreading of. There's a famous misreading of statistics here. So, for example, people who want to say that climate change is not happening, okay? So they call this the hockey stick graph, and the reason is it looks like a hockey stick, right? Here's the handle of the stick, and there is the blade of the stick. All right, it looks like a hockey stick. So there's global temperatures. All right. So you have your normal up, down, up, down, up, down, right? That's your seasonal changes. You have things like El Nino, La Nina. You have, for example, when you had the Icelandic volcano erupt, right? It put a lot of ash into the air, which blocked out the sun for days in certain regions, which dropped global temperatures. So what they do is, in a dishonest way to argue, they come up here and they show you that, look, they'll go right here. Let me see if I can zoom in. Do they have a zoom in? Trying to see the latest. So what they'll do is, let me see if I can find a better version of it. Here's one that has every friggin' point on it. Here we go. This is what we're looking for here, baby. So like this is a hockey stick graph, and so they'll go in here and they'll look at this downtrend right here. And they'll say, look, the temperatures are going down. You know, global warming is not actually happening. But they're not looking at the overall trend, which the trend, as you can see, is you have pretty standard trend. You draw a trend line from here to here is your standard trend line. And then, oh my God, here's the anomaly. And that's why this is so friggin' frightening, is like, you look from here, from year 1000 to year, late 1800s, right there, Industrial Revolution time. So from here to there, it's pretty much a standard trend line with normal annual and multi-year deviations. And then, bingo, it goes up like a mother, right? And what they'll do is they'll zoom in here on this portion of the graph, and they'll show you, hey, look, the line goes down right here. That means the whole thing is invalid. No. That's like saying over here is like, oh my God, we're in a global ice age right here because you had a downtrend here, but then look what it does. It goes back up, And so you can notice the standard wave pattern here, and then boom, Industrial Revolution, and zing, And so, that's kind of the example people use for like when people misread graphs is they're zooming in too far and they're using a tiny trend line. Now, like I said, it very well could be that the game is losing players. Okay, great. But you got to look at the whole thing. So right now we still have a trend line like this. So if we were to plot this here, let's quickly do it. A little bit off topic today, but that's all right. Sometimes we get this way. So like if you were to draw a trend line here, let's get a redder going there. So like that's your trend line. Okay, so let's look at our trend line. Currently our trend line is trending up. Okay, we still have a trend line that is still up. Now, let's say that we continue this graph along and it looks, let me see if I can copy this color. All right, so let's say that the line looks like this, okay? Now you have to redraw your trend line, right? So let's actually do this. Let's do that. Let's go a layer. Let's go back. Do another layer here. All right, so let's say the trend line continues with stormworks like this, okay? And it falls off like a mother, okay? Now what you do is you come in and now you redraw your trend line from here to there, and look. All right, and now you can see, you can go from your high points, you can kind of go to your general average, and look, that is your new trend line. It trended up, and then it trended back down, right? Of course, you'd fill in this area too. But you notice that gives you a trend to tell you what's trending. It is way too early to make any of those assumptions. And one thing Beginner did was he went on Steam DB last night, which was good. And I put a answer on his was, I'm trying to see if there is, let's see. All right, here are concurrent Steam users. This might have been what he used. So Beginner went out and he took a bunch of games. Let me see. I think you can add. I forget. I'm not going to waste too much time on this, but like, let's put in a couple games here. So like, for example, gaming went up during COVID. And that makes perfect sense, right? You have more people working from home. You had a bunch of people laid off. What do they do when they laid off? They don't have a bunch of money to go on vacation. They sit at home and they play games, right? And so, you could look at other games. And so Beginner brought up a bunch of charts. He had them overlaid. And it was showing that the general trend line in gaming is a reduction in player base. Now, if we look at stormworks again, I'm trying not to stay on this for too long. But like if we look at stormworks here and we go to the all-time, like this, so this is what the hockey stick would do. Let's say we went to 1 week, okay? If you went to 1 week and you said, oh my God, look, stormworks is losing players. We're on a downtrend. That makes no sense, right? Because you're at 1 week. 48 hours. What does 48 hours tell you? Nothing, right? What does a month tell you? Month might tell you a little bit, but like, look at the month trend line. So go through these numbers, right? So 48 hours, right? Normal trend. 1 week, normal trends. 1 week's interesting too. I wonder, is this a weekend? What, Sunday, March 10th? Oh, look at that. Shocker. On the weekend, we get a spike, right? So there's Saturday and there's Sunday. Oh my God, does that not make sense that the weekend has more players than the week, right? And so that's some interesting information there. Month. Okay, look, we've got a little bit of dip off in the month. A little bit, not too much right there. A little bit of a dip off in the month. 3 month trend. We go up. Okay, let's look at the dates. There's around Christmas, right? There's around Christmas. January, Christmas is over. People aren't visiting their, that's January 6th. on a Saturday, right? So you got people there, they still are probably off from school, and they're not visiting their family anymore because the holidays are over, and you get an uptrend. So you had a downtrend here around right before Christmas. You can see, look, Christmas Eve was pretty low, Christmas Day, those are a Sunday. Like, look at the Sunday value here. So you got a Sunday value of 23.97. Let's look at the next Sunday. Sunday right here. We got another, where is it? Sunday. Right here. Nope. I'm trying to find a Sunday. So, like, there's a Sunday that's got more people, right? So, of course, Christmas Eve is people aren't playing stormworks. They're hanging out with their family. All right. 6-month trend. 6-month trend looks reasonably flat, right? 1 year trend, a little bit of a down, but, you know, not conclusive. 3 years. 3 years looks like a little bit of an uptrend, right? And all. Right, and it all looks like a general uptrend. So, like, their whole hypothesis is trying to say that stormworks is declining. We don't know yet. It could be. It could be because of the recession. There's a friggin' recession. And what happens during a recession? People don't have free cash. People can't buy games, as many games. So what do? They play the games they have. All right. So you get people who, you know, sometimes in a recession, generally, entertainment will stagnate during a recession. That's why, for example, movies will suck, is because if people stop going to the movies, they don't spend a ton of money in the movies, and they have underfunded, you know, they have underfunded movies, and so you get some sucky movies when nobody's going to the movies. Makes sense. When people are going back to the movies, like, for example, after COVID, right? COVID movies were sucking because, you know, actually it didn't matter too much because people watched them at home, but, like, people weren't going out to the movies during COVID, and then when people could go back out to the movies, like, the numbers soared because people were sick of being in their house, and so they went out, and those numbers soared, right? And so you got periods of time in here where this is like COVID territory here, right? So you got a bunch of people who are starting to be at home all the time now. So this here could be an artificial high trend. So, like, a lot of this is like some of these people just, they don't understand statistics, and they're trying to bend the statistics to the thing. I don't know. Maybe it is declining, but we don't know yet. You know, we really don't. Like, looking at March, we have 2787. This is, what are we, mid-March? Mid-March now. Let's find another March. I just like going through some of this stuff. So we have 3935 here. That was high. Let's go March over here. March right here, 3172. Now, look at this. That's February, high numbers, and March. And then look at April. April is low. Let's look at the year after that. Where are we at here? January, where was this? That was February. All right, so here's March right here. So we have a flatter curve here, right? So we have January, February is pretty flat here. March is pretty flat there. This is a very flat period here. Look over here, we have a very high October, right? That was when the DLC came out, mind you. So we have a peak when the DLC comes out, right? When people say, nobody wants DLC. Really? Let's see. When do we have the other DLC? October, there was DLC 2020. I can't remember. Was that weapons right there? That might have been weapons. October 2021, that was DLC. That was, I believe, either weapons or Industrial Frontier right there. I can't remember the date. And but we got them in October. So why do we have a huge peak? When people tell you that, you know, nobody wanted the DLCs, it's just a cash grab, nobody asked for this. Okay, well, if I was a dev and I was like, oh, I want to increase my player count, that gives me more money, and I want to increase my potential revenue. Oh my God, look, when we release a DLC, we get massive player counts. It brings a lot of players back when there's new content. You could probably follow these charts, and some of these would be based off major updates. Why do you think the major updates come out every quarter? It helps keep the graph. It helps bring people back to the game. You know, some of these things, like, you have to actually delve into these numbers. So, like, look in here, March 2024, we have 2787. Now, I don't know exactly how they're sampling this chart, but, like, if we look at March 2024, we have 2787. If we go to March last year, where's March? March, right there. We have more people. We also had a weird flat curve. But the other thing we have to factor in, too, is this is the entire month. We're currently halfway through the month. So I don't know how they sample this. So I'd be curious to see at the end of March, when we have all the March data, what does it look like? And then if we look at the trend line here, we have March, and then April dips. So it's April goes down, May goes down. Let's look at this one. March, April goes down. May on this one went up. Let's look over here. March, and guess what happens in April? Dip. All right, so we have a dip. We have a dip. Let's see if we can find another April dip. This one is an April rise. That was height of COVID, so some of that could be statistical noise. This is a rise, but look at the general trend of the game too. The game is generally trending there. So I'm curious myself is if we look here, we get March drops down into April. We get March drops down into April. And we get March drops down in April. So these last 3 years, every March has led to a lower value in April, which could just be seasonal information. So this trend line here of the player count dropping off is not does not seem statistically notable to me. Now, if we get to the point where we would get a rise, for example, we go April and it shoots up into May. Let's see if they all do that. Let's see, April over here. April shoots into May and June, goes up. That's an uptrend. We go April, goes down into this May, and then up into summer. Makes sense, right? So it looks like every year there is a spring to summer rise. Spring to summer rise. And our peaks are October, September, February, October. And so it looks in October. So it looks to me like every time there's a major update or there is a DLC, the player count shoots way up. And so we don't have a DLC this year. So could that be part of it? Could the thing that people think is not good for the game, that is actually good for the game, having a DLC that brings back massive player counts? We don't have one of those this year, but we're going to have major updates. So the other thing I'd like to see is, I would like to see how this graph correlates to the major updates. Because we expect that if this follows the same trend line that it's followed for the last couple of years, we expect that March is going to go into a down into April, potentially through May, and then jump back up in the summertime. So you'll see people, they might keep saying, look, the player base is falling off, player base is falling off. Well, let's see what happens in the summer. If the player base keeps falling off in the summer, we know that that's statistically significant. But then we have to compare it to other games. Well, are all games down this summer? No. Okay, then that tells me that stormworks is different, and stormworks is continuing to go down while other games are going up. And that tells you, yes, that's statistically valuable in determining it. So I know I'm way off topic here, but that's kind of why I'm going into that. Is it's just like some of this stuff is such bullshit too that people are saying. It's like, you have no idea, how these numbers are collected. You have no idea. You haven't followed through it. You're just saying, oh, at present the number is down. It doesn't make any sense, Yep, I'm glad you guys had a lot of fun yesterday. Let me try to catch up with chat. I'll get off this and we'll build some stuff here, but I just want to go through that. It's kind of bugging me. You got people who can't read statistics, who don't know anything about it, who are thinking that, trying to use it to verify the case, and it's just too early. Like, we need to see what the uptrends are. If the uptrends are not as up on some of these major updates, then you can say, yeah, look, these major updates are not drawing players back like they used to. And then you also need to understand that games have life cycles too. Most games aren't WoW where they last for 25 years. Most games, they last for a certain number of years, and then people move on to other things. Like, what would probably siphon a bunch of people off this game is if, like, they had a stormworks clone that came out. That would siphon some people off. And they've had some of that. They've had other games that have scratched the itch for some people. And frankly, I would rather the player count be full of people who are enjoying the game and are a core group of people than just a bunch of transient people who barely play the game, Yeah, I get it, Sergeant. I used to work an absolute ton of hours. My free time is not at my own. My free time is because I got hurt, hurt again. But so it's not like I'm. I like having some more free time, but it was not because it's not because something good happened. Yep. Yeah, that's how I like it. Like, I used to like to build model airplanes, and I couldn't imagine sitting down building a model airplane now. I I actually thought about, it'd be kind of cool to get a model airplane. I'm like, nah, I'd actually rather just build something with stormworks. Exactly. Buy that stock. Indicators point to some bullish stock. Like We go, my stock numbers. My stock numbers are doing great. Yeah, exactly. Like, you know, some of those dips you got to look at. You know, it can be a ton of things. For example, if the weather is good, like literally, you can look at some of those charts and they can tell you when the weather is good that people want to go outside more, so they play games less. You know, you have a really terrible cold winter in the Northeast. Well, guess what? People are going to be stuck inside playing video games. So video games are going to go up. It wasn't because, you know, they necessarily got a thing. It was because everyone was stuck inside. COVID. Like, video games were going gangbusters during COVID because they're, again, despite people crying about the price of games, like, literally, I got 6,000 hours in this game for $50. That's pretty damn cheap. So if you're stuck at home with COVID, you know, you could rent 5 videos on Prime Video, or you could buy a game that would give you 6,000 hours of entertainment, and now you're home all the time because you can't go out. Let's say you like to go out to eat or go to the bars and stuff you can't do anymore because during COVID. And so all those people are home playing games, you know, and so the game numbers went up. You know, and now people can go outside again. Now it's become, so why do we think that April goes down? Well, you've got kids going back to school. That drags a lot of people back. You've got, for example, I bet you finals drags game numbers down as people are starting to study and not play games, you know. So it's like some of these things, you need long-term statistics. And that's why I brought up that hockey stick graph was it's like you try to look at the little tiny little things to prove your point. All you're showing to me is that you don't understand statistics. Like, I would need another year to be able to see what the game's doing, because that would put us through multiple major updates. That would put us through. We got 3 more coming this year. We don't have a DLC this year. I'm curious. Do the devs realize that not having a DLC this year is probably a bad idea? Like, all those people are like, nobody wants these DLCs. Stop, you know, money grab, money grab. Look at the fucking chart. Every DLC, every October that a DLC came out, has been the top numbers, the top number of players. People come back, they buy the DLC, or they come back to see what's going on. It spikes, they play, and as usual, a lot of people are very boring people. They play for a little bit, they get bored, and they move on. So they try the new content, they enjoy it, they get bored, they move on to something else. That's what a lot of people do. And the graph shows that, you know. Yep, everything's broken again. Oh my God, Tripper, godfather of Steam that doesn't even work. Oh my God. At first, I thought you said crab for president. Crab for president. This is the crab that I'd vote for president. Let's bring up crab. This is the only crab I want for president. Look at that happy little guy. Look at this happy guy. I'd vote for this guy for president. Crab, do you want to be... Here, let's see. Crab, do you want to be president? Crab for president. All right, good. So let's take a look at what we need. I think I want to build a caboose. I was actually in bed last night thinking about like what I should have built. This base is so dark. I don't want to go here. Sick of being in the dark. I really am. That place is just too dark for me. I hate bright lights anyway, IRL, but like... gets too dingy in there. So let's go over here. Let's build a caboose. That was something we need for multiplayer. But I know I'm a little ranty today, but unfortunately I went to Reddit and you got jackasses on there being jackasses. So. You know, it's just, that's a problem with echo chambers, is like, some people will be like, oh, you know, people who are, toxically positive. Like, I don't think they understand the toxic part about it. It's like, yeah, you can be positive when things are bad. For example, you had, people who support dictators and stuff like that. But, like, there's a difference between the toxicity of it. Like, those people were supporting the dictator by turning in their neighbors. That wasn't toxically positive. That was sycophancy, That's what that was. It wasn't, like, toxically positive. But it's like, I just don't get it, too. It's like, I used to do it with Star Citizen, so I get it. Like, you're disgruntled, you're pissed off, you spent the money on that, you feel like you've been lied to. Like, all these things are true for me with Star Citizen. And I was there ranting and raving and being a prick in all the comments for a long time, and kind of was just like, dude, I'm just making all the people who enjoy this game miserable. I'm making myself miserable. It's like, I'll go find another game I like. And I did. I played a shitload of Ark, and I play this, and just kind of moved on from it. And I think a lot of those people would benefit from just friggin' moving on, man. You know, you're not having a good time playing this game. There are many other games out there. A lot of people bought this game not knowing what it was, and they should move on. They frankly just should, you know. It's like, you know, you can't control the devs. You can't control any of that shit. But what you can control is your own reaction to some of this stuff. And you say, you know what? This game isn't fun for me anymore. It's not what I want to be. Okay, God damn it. Let me see if I can fix this. I want to be, you know, I should just move on. And that sometimes is the answer. You know, there have been plenty of games that, you know, frustrate the shit out of me, and I just move on. And I think it's healthier to do that, you know, than to just hang around and pout is not really a good strategy. You know, and I don't mean everybody, you know, some, like, whenever you say some of this stuff, people look, you're saying I pout, like, did I say a name? Did I call you out by name? No, then I'm not talking about you. I'm talking about those who pout, you know. You know, so I think for a lot of those people, I think it would be healthier for them just to friggin' move on, find a new game they like. Like, there's somebody, I had to boot him from my Discord. He's booted from the official. He's booted from my Discord. He's booted from pretty much, he's booted from Steam. So I think there's a trend there. You've been booted from every one of these places by multiple different independent authorities. You had the developers themselves. You had Steam booted you from Steam, right? And so you're booted from everywhere, yet the problem is not with you. That doesn't make sense, right? It's kind of like if you see assholes all day, you might want to look in the mirror because you're probably the asshole. It's like, it's kind of that whole thing is, you know, it could be the fact that it's a problem with you. All right, let's take some look at some caboose pictures here. And I don't mean Kardashian cabooses. Let's see. Thinking kind of old schooly, probably center. I like the center lights here. This is kind of cool. I like that a little bit. Kind of that Soviet era, potentially. That's kind of cool, that one. This one's kind of cool. I like that. Reading Railroad right there. It's kind of a cool one there. All right, got a little bit of reference material. Kind of go with that and see what we can do. So this is going to be for, am I able to control my furnace on the steamer? I've not started up, but should have no problem. You know, my furnace does not care about the 2.5 number. I don't even run pressure off mine. I just run temp control, so it should be fine. There was an issue yesterday with essentially air choking, but I went over that earlier, and it seems to be fixed for me. I'm not having any issues with it right now, so. All right, let's see. We'll go ahead, and I'm trying to kind of, I think we'll do most of these have been not sticking over. Let's see. Let's go. I kind of like that violet color that I had. There we go. Let's go violet for now. So I'm going to swap this out for something else once I get going. But yeah, I didn't have much issue at all with my stuff. It was cleaned up pretty quickly, actually. Let's start with steps here. I don't know if we want to do this. Might just do straight ladders and do platforms in the back. I think that's what I'll do. Let's go ahead and do that. Get rid of you. Let's do this as a floor pan here. Go flat floor pan on there. All right, ladders are going to... Are we centered? We're not. We're off one. Okay. Right there. All right. I could do, I don't want to do central entry on that. Right here, I could just do it. Can I cut in here and not be a pain in the ass? There we go. Okay. What don't you like here? You need a block. That's probably why. It's funny that the people I was talking to there on Reddit are all getting pissy. I'm not responding to them anymore. I think it's pretty funny. It's like, yeah, I'm doing other things, man. I'm playing the game, enjoying it, instead of whining and bitching about it. That's why I'm not responding anymore, guy. I'm busy playing the game, enjoying it. Instead of spending my time just bitching. I spend plenty of my time bitching. I absolutely get it, but so some stuff I'm just not going to bother with. All right, let's see. Niner. What do we got here? We are up Niner. Look at that. That was a good guess. I didn't mean to make it this color, but we'll start changing the color up here in a second. Meant to go violet and then do a color swap. See if I can get this color. Put it in paint. I won't bother showing you that. I'm just gonna do it. Yeah, that's the thing is, you know, there's a big thing in just logical arguments that correlation does not equal causation. Just because something correlates does not mean that that's the cause of it. And so you got to be careful with some of that, of drawing causal links from things that are not causally linked. 260, 68. 260, 68. You know, so for example, like what the people are saying that, you know, the player numbers are down because the devs fuck ups, or essentially is what they're saying. That's their thesis. Well, one, they made a claim, they have to prove it. They have to demonstrate that their claim is accurate, and they're not doing that. And you know, it could be a corollary. Oh my God, a corollary, where, like I said, you know, you have if overall general game sales are down. You then have to factor that in to see, is the reason that Stormworks player counts are down, is it because the devs have fucked up, or is it because generally the player counts for all games are down? And you have to prove that claim. You have to demonstrate by going through and demonstrating that. And they're not doing that, of course, you know, and so it's kind of like, well, then their arguments are pretty specious at that point. Is if you don't go into that level of detail, then you're never going to be able to demonstrate your claim as anything more than a correlation. And that's what, like, Beginner was showing, he was showing that, you know, you kind of have to put up some, you know, you kind of have to see that other game data is trending down right now. Which, again, like, you know, like we're talking, like, you could see that Christmas Eve, right, people aren't playing games, they're hanging out with their family. And so every year you expect that on Christmas Eve, you're not going to get a ton of gameplay. You're going to get more people hanging out with their family. I may not go with this color scheme. We'll see. Yeah, so some of that stuff you have to actually, you know, you can't just, like, look at the corollary and determine that that's what's going on. You have to prove it. And that's where, like, you know, they're just making a claim to try to suit their arguments. So they're not going to go to any level of proof anyway. And so, like, even arguing with them tends to be pretty useless because, you know, you could put in 6 hours. They're going to put in no hours of work. And they're just going to do the Gish Gallop where they put out claim after claim after claim that none of them are evidenced. And then here you are doing all this work, and your standard of proof is much higher than theirs, and you're just wasting your time at that point. Is they're not gonna argue honestly. They're not going to do the same level of work to demonstrate their case as you are demonstrating yours. So at some point you just realize that there's no point in even, like, starting to even try to go through it. Is because, and they're not going to change their opinion, because at the end of the day, you know, you can ask somebody, you know, what could I say that would change your opinion? If the answer is nothing, there's no point in arguing with that person, because, you know, they're never going to change their opinion anyways. You know, there are plenty of things that could change my opinion on this game. Like, Deltars could come out tomorrow and say, fuck you, everybody. And it would change my opinion of them, you know? Let's see, I think we'll do 3-banger there. And then we'll do here. Okay, good. You know, there are plenty of things they could do which would completely change my opinion of them. My opinion's gone up of them in their processes. Like, I still think they're making, you know, stupid mistakes. Their PR is not great. But, you know, their processes, they've been doing more small updates, which they said they would do, right? They made I don't like the promises. They made some, they've told us what they plan. They've made some plans, and because promises are silly. Talking promises with about a business is kind of silly. You know, they made some plans, and their plans are to put out smaller updates. They said that multiple times that are hopefully less buggy. That's what they've said. And it appears that the updates are smaller, and they have been less buggy. And they're going to focus the majority of the time on bug fixes. You can look, and most of the time we're not getting updates, we're getting bug fixes. Now, whether it's the bug fix you wanted or not is, to a certain extent, irrelevant. But that appears to me that they're following their plan. Whether you like the plan or not, it appears they're following. You know, like, personally, I would like a DLC this year. I think the DLC is good for the game. I think it's good overall. You know, we could see by the charts that it looked, at least from a correlative standpoint, that DLCs bring more people back to the game. You could see that in the Octobers where we had DLCs, you had more people. Whether it's causative, you know, I'm not doing the work for it, but, you know, is to be seen. Let's see, where can the window go? We'll put the window there, so I'll go another one of these. Let's see, I might cut it in here. Let's try it. I think I'm gonna nix the 1x2s. I think that's gonna be problematic to get any sort of window in there. I must have vertical windows though. I'm trying to decide. Go back to the 1x2, see if I can... Oh, shit. It's not going to do it now. I'm trying to get a vertical windows in here that are not looking donkey on me. So let's see. You know, I think it was good for them to do a Q&A. They've talked they want to do more Q&As. I think the Q&A was well received. I think that's good. I think that level of community engagement is good. Yeah. You know, certainly not perfect by any stretch of the imagination, but they, it appears they are making some attempts at trying to fix some of their issues, you know, and I give them a good bit of leeway to see, let them work at it and see where we get, you know. I'm going to reserve judgment until we see what happens, but I think they've been moving in the right direction on a lot of these things. What do we got there? It's got to be a 2x2 right there. Trying to push that in. I think we'll go try a vert in here. Let's see. I think we might even just square this box off. I don't even like the angle on it anyway, so let's square it off, and that will be easier to put in reasonable windows there. Catch up in chat in a second, guys. Just trying to get this little section kind of beat, and then we'll be good. I must have recesses in here. Let's recess it. That'll be easier to do. Go up higher than that. Let's do 2 buys. And probably put, I can do 2 windows, nice. Yeah, I like that. That works. All right. Which way did I go in? Push the glass in, I think, on the other one. Push the glass in on this one. Doesn't look right here, so I'm gonna fix this. I put a curl on here. Let's see if I can make it look reasonable. A little bit rounder of a top there. See what I prefer here. I meant to go down. Okay, let's do that. That's what I meant to do. Doing the same thing. I was like, that's not what I meant to do. Okay. That's the color off this reference material I'm going by. I'm not probably going to keep it, but it's a reasonable scheme for now, and I'll kind of tailor it how I want it. Ah, fucking, I hate these arrows with a passion. Make it very difficult to do anything. Go that side. All right, perfect. Yeah, just like one thing I think they could improve those arrows is just make it so once you hit the terminus of the build area, it just, like, you can't go any further. Don't do that, please. Go. And this has an overhang, so let's fix that. Let's do an overhang on this. The window's gonna fuck up the overhang, isn't it? Let's go. There we go. A couple little details here, and then I'll quick catch up with chat. That'd be kind of cool to have a caboose. This would be for multiplayer. A bunch of people have a place to sit. We had 3 people in the. We had 3 people in there in the event that they wanted to be in the loco, but this way, if somebody wants to ride in the back, they can ride in the back too. So let's get up a chat here. Yep, be good. Little kitchenette in there. Yeah, I'll check Tethy's. Did you check it today, though, Tripper? It was like you couldn't choke it last night. I just did a Steam test this stream, and it was working fine. Let's see, where is that loco that I had? I had the loco. Let me grab. I'm just getting colors off of this. They show up differently in games, so I kind of got to see what changes I want to make once they get... Like, you have to spawn these things, too, to tell what they're going to look like, you know? You won't know until you get some light on them. Oof, like that. Like, this is supposed to be like a brownish red. And so this shows up really, really, like, almost Pepto-Bismol. But it's okay because I'll be able to color swap them, so it's, this is like a, I don't know if this is painted tin or what, but, you know, so these bright-ass colors are not staying, but, you know, I can color swap them out. They'll probably get, I need to check them in the world, see how they look, and then we can reconfigure the colors then. But this is supposed to be like a, kind of like a rust color. I have a couple rust colors. I'll change these out too, but. Gonna get them colored, and then we can do color swap out and change them to their final colorations here. Come on, excuse me, pardon me there, game. That's good, and then we'll do here. All right, so let's spawn that. All right, so definitely the roof needs to come in darker, the side paneling darker, and definitely the yellow darker. So we're kind of like, we're running much brighter than I need or that I like. So let's go ahead and try to swap out with this for now. That's about on the money. Maybe a little bit darker on that. Let's try this out and see what we can get. Let's go 10 down. Okay. That's about where I want to be. That's perfect. That's about on the money. Hair brighter than in real life, but it looks good. I like it. Okay. Windows are a little funky up there. I might see if I can drop them a level. Yeah, I should be able to drop these windows a level. Let's go. Let's not do that. Let's do this. Okay. And then this red on the sides. Let's work that out. Oh, I don't know. Let's try 30. That's good. That comes in right about where I want it. Yellow needs to be... Yellow is super bright. It's just a model somebody made, so I'm not going that friggin' bright on the yellow. I'm going to work that yellow in a little bit. Let's go 60 off. So 177. And what are you? 193. Close enough there for government work. That's better. I dig, I dig. Can you dig it? I can dig it. I can. Piss right off with that color swap. Thank you. There you go. And what do I want for tread color here? Let's go... I'll go a gray on here. See if I want to completely reduce that. No. I like the wraparound better. Okay. All right, let's take a look at that. I can dig it. I can dig it. Coming along. Let's bang some windows in here. Let's see, where are we at height-wise in here? Let's get a pinky in here. Let's go ahead and we'll do... that for now. So we are 8 in there, so a little bit crowded. Not bad, though. Gonna arch out the ceiling a little bit, I think. Looks all right. color swap. Get out of here. How did this not get colored? Thought I colored that. Oh, I flipped it. That's why. Okay. All right, so that's good height-wise. Nice. And then I'm trying to bang on windows here. So let's see. Let's go stand in there. Let me put in a color tree. So we'll just do... where did I start? I should start in the same friggin' place, shouldn't I, huh? All right, so I'm looking at windows. We want to kind of a seated position, so maybe we'll put them in. We do big old Johnnies or what? 2x, maybe it's, I don't know, maybe 2x. I'm thinking, let's be a little bit high putting them in there. They're a little bit low for seating. So let's probably go, let's go to here. Let's do tops on the green here. Let's try that, see how we like that. So let's see. I'm digging that, I think. Gotta do an old school, so it's gonna be not too bright and beautiful. And how they recessed. Let's do recess windows on everything. We'll go see how that feels for height on there. So they could come down 1. I don't think it would be the worst case. We could even be sitting a bunch in here, so let's go down 1. Look at the side. Yeah, they should come down 1. Okay. DPI in the mouse is too high. Okay, we might have to fix some paint on something. Yep, right here. Okay. Test that out. Because I want them so you can still kind of look out while you're walking around, but it's you're gonna be sitting. Yeah, that's still, I can still see down below me. Fine. We get a good brightness up here. Finish out this curvature here. Generally, shaping's nice. Okay, let's get rid of the measurement tree here. Go. Nice. Banging some doors. Let's see. Want windows in them, so make custom doors. I didn't measure the height. Okay. Fold in or outs? I think fold in's probably. Yeah. I'll see you later, Rasmus. Thanks for hanging out. Yeah, a little bit of sit-down time, too. That's like if somebody needs to go AFK, it's kind of nice. They can just kind of go hang out in the caboose, and then if we need to move, we can just move with them. So, like if somebody's going to go AFK like 10 minutes before we're going to move the train, just go sit in the caboose, and then we're ready to go. They go with us, and they don't have to teleport. Let's see. Door. Let's see how I have this one set up. That's ramp door. I didn't even read what I grabbed there. I have a reg door here. That's ramp door. That's door micro. Let's make a new one. Screw it. I'm gonna do, this is kind of old school looking anyway, so just do double-sided on here. All right, let's see what else we want to do here. Go ahead and color swap this back. Actually, let me color it first before we do that. See if I can see some caboose interior. That was interesting. Wood paneling on that one. Bunch of wood paneling. This is an interesting one here. I'm trying to see. I like this one. Let's see. What kind of different coloration here? So I'll show you kind of the color scheme when I get in there. So this is kind of the picture here. I'm just grabbing colors off of it. So like ceiling color is this. Let's go ahead and look at that. This one didn't get fixed here, so I gotta fix that first. Okay, and then so this is going to be the upper color. Okay. So 171. 142, 110. Flipped upside down because of DPI in the mouse. Okay, and then let's grab the other color. It's got this weird green. I kind of, you know, this is super old school stuff, so I kind of like that. Get a little bit of a different color than I'd usually use. A little bit of interest. Especially something like this, I can do kind of pretty divergent to what I normally do. 135. Oh, 140, 120. 140, 120. Okay. Got this pukey green. See how it looks in game, see if I need to do any color correction. Yeah, once I get that, let's see, what's the floor color? The floor is like an interesting, like burgundy color. That's interesting. I'll run that. Yeah, they probably run the same paint. Like they had the same on the step ups here, like right here on these landings. They had the same as the side color. Like they weren't giving two shits about that really. So it's what I do. So kind of like have some different colors. So I'll check out this burgundy, kind of make it a little different. Plus you figure it's gonna be darker on the inside than the outside, so the color shouldn't be exactly the same because it's not gonna get as much light. And what are they? Let me kind of screwed up that. Okay, I'm trying to decide. What do they paint the window frames? They painted the window frames the same color as the exterior, so I'm just gonna do that. You know, I might make them the dark color. Let's keep that in mind. Okay, and then I'm gonna grab this burgundy color here and hopefully put that in as floor color. Try to get that darker burgundy, but that's kind of a cool color. Let's see. 77, 64, 77. 64. 74. A little bit more purple than I'd like, but we'll see how it looks in there. It's actually not too bad. Might brighten it up a little bit and go a little bit more in the red tone. We'll see when I get in there. All right, and then we'll go ahead and what's in this here? This needs to be colored here. somewhere missing. Yeah, right there. Now back to color swap. Let's go take a look at it in there, make sure it looks pleasing to the eye. Yep, like the roof color, like the side colors. That needs to be fixed. Yeah, not bad. I like this. Cozy feeling. Put a little stove, some seating in there. Table. Yeah. Okay, good. See if I can get this double-sided. I can't use the symmetry tool while I do this. I'm gonna get rid of that. That's what caused this problem, I think. Okay. Let's see the color of the side panels there. Hopefully they're good. Let's see. One of these was off out here, I think. Yeah, right there. They're interior turning doors, right? Yeah, they're interior turning doors, so it should go to red. Right, nice. Let's see if any of the detailing I want to do. There's a little bit of there's riveting and stuff like that. I'm not going into super ultra detail on that shite. See if I can get some more caboose interior. Some cool setups in here. I'm not gonna make it ultra old school, but that's kind of cool. That's like a living area there. I'm gonna go grab some cabinetry and stuff I already have. I'm not gonna spend all day doing cabinetry and shite like that. Okay, so let's go ahead and save this. I haven't saved it yet. I'm not going to be able to grab anything I have with cabinetry from here. Go over here. Let's grab Tethy's. The handles of the fridge is like, what the hell am I losing the fridge? I think I might do the mini fridge. Let's not do all that. Let's go back to Tethy's. Do kind of more of a kitchenette instead of full-ass kitchen. Full-ass kitchen's too much. Not that big, so... It's not more like the speed, I think. Just gonna grab the microwave microcontroller here. Let's right there. Is that it? Right here. It's inside there already. Perfect. Good. Caboose. Okay, we'll pull the top off of that for now. Let's go. This cabinet level is perfect for this. One on either side, perfect. The three bangers. What do we have here? We have a 3-banger slot there. We have 2-door and then a center slot. So I got 3 doors on these. So what do we have? What did I say? 4 slots we have total. 5 total. A little bit of repainting, but not terrible. How the hell did I miscount that? Okay. Did though. I did though. Let's go like that again. Okay. 5 total. Let's see if I make these into 2 2s and then a center. Let's do this. One big door on this side. Should be able to cut in more cabinet there, so let's do that actually. What are you talking? 6, 7, 8. No, 5, 6, 7, 7. What do we got here? 1, 6, 6, and a center section. Let's see. Yeah, I could actually put it right back the way it was here. Let's do that. Ooh, coffee. Ooh, coffee. There we go. I like that. Built-in cabinetry action on there. All right, good. Let's save that real quick. Caboose, caboose. I didn't measure. What do you, 7 banger? Oh, look at that. 7 banger on that. I went French for a second there. Get all this here. Let me see. I think this is the stove microcontroller here. Let's cut that. Are you the stove microcontroller? You are. We shall bring you, and we shall find a home for you, sire. I'll probably take the microwave off that counter. I prefer it somewhere else anyway. Let's see, go down, good. Okay, boost. Fortuitous, this fits in 7. Fortuitous. What is this one again? What are you? You are a microwave. Okay, we don't need 2 micros. Let's go. We'll do the over the top. This one will just be counter space over here. And then we can get rid of U micro here. And we'll just change out this here. Nope, never mind. That was a fridge. That needs to stay. We need a fridge. All right. Cat's like deal is he tries to slide off the lap as many times as possible so that I catch him, and then he gets all offended if he falls off. It's like, you did it, dude. You did it. All right. Yes, I see you. Digging it, digging it. That takes up a lot of space too, so that's eats up a bunch of the space for filling, which is good. Nice, 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 nice. Good little kitchenette in there. I kind of like it asymmetrical a little bit. Let's go back to asymmetrical. All right. Cat's trying to slide off again. Put some seating on either side. That eats up a bunch of space, which is lovely, lovely, lovely. Door opens in, which is problematic on this side. Let's make them doors open out. I think that's going to make it a lot easier. And opening in, right? So we want this color now on this wall color. Okay, good. So that fills that out, and then we'll put table, like seating area on one side, and we'll put dining on the other side. What are we talking? 3-3. Let's go. There's brown. I can't do that with the table off like this. I was going to put stuff on the table, but I think we're not going to put stuff on the table. Yeah, thank you, Exorus. A little coffee in the micro is good for you. Let's see, what do we want? I need the cooch. Giggity. Grab the red fucking arrow. Thank you. Now figure out if we want to put something over here. Might just put the couch there for now. If I want to change it, I can. At least we have something filling that space. There we go. Plenty of seating for everybody. Let's go take a walk through. See how it feels. It's in the fucking drink. You suck. Stop. Okay. What was I doing here? Let's try to remember what I was doing for the circus game in the town. Let's go ahead and cut you, you son of a bitch. Let's do that. Let's do this. There we go. Nice. Save you there, son. Why are you not working now, you son of a bitch? Oh, I didn't merge it. Wreck. That's why I was sitting funky. That'll do it. That'll do it. All right. Looks like it is sitting funky. Oh, so cozy in here. Cozy, lovely. And then you sit in the seat and, oh, look right out the windows there. Gorgeous, gorgeous. The windows at the doors are a little higher so you can see before you open the door a little bit. Okay, good. Beautiful. We like our little detail work. All right, let's see. Let's grab this color, go down by 10. So we'll see. Let's go 5, 15. Oh, you son of a bitch. I just literally just did it and then I clicked control out of habit. Okay. Okay. Did I get the color that I want? Like, how is that not a red block? Like, how did... Oh, I'm at additive, that's why. I was like, ugh. Getting in line there for a second. All right. So that will be helpful if we do that. All right, so doing overhangs. Anything with an overhang is going to get a darker treatment here, as that will be darker. A little bit of depth. That's not right there. Okay. Check all those. Yep. We'll leave the bottoms, and then we'll go tops like that. Okay. Then we'll go up 2 on each of these. Go. Digging it. I'm digging it. Let's go ahead and put the brakes off. I gotta fix the brakes on these. I got a bunch of them. These brakes need fixing. I extended the connectors too. These were too short, so that was, we were binding up yesterday, but this is Le Caboose here. We'll do a little bit of plumbing to get that going. And then if you need to take a piss, you just grab a pot off the stove. Then you can't say you don't have a pot to piss in. A bit of color differentiation on the door there. I'm liking it in here. Feels cozy. Little kitchenette. Good place for people to sit. So there's plenty of seating. There's 8 seats in here. So kind of a nice little toy to have there. It's working some plumbing. Then I'm going to take a quick little coffee and use the facilitize, and we'll think about what we want to work on next. But you know, that was a good thing about, like, you know, talked yesterday about how, like, when you get bored of certain things and you can't think of what you want to do next, one way I kind of avoid that is, you know, like, we were doing all that cool stuff with you know, transporting around, and then it was like, oh, it'd be cool to have a caboose to move people. You know, when we end up moving, we can have everybody join, you know, jump in the caboose. You know, and then it's like, oh, I need a little vehicle I can go around in, repair vehicles, do that. The crane needs work. So it's like stuff like that is a good way to breed more gameplay for you, you know. And it's like when people say there's nothing to do, I would say it speaks more to them. That speaks more to them than the game itself for me, is when they're like, there's nothing to do in this game. It's like, you should be coming up with most of your activities in a sandbox game. And when they struggle with that, it's kind of like, you know, you need to kind of come up with some new things for yourself, you know. Okay, that's going to be more there. So connector front and rear should be, if they're connected, we want to go to there. So if this is connected, our brake release. So the brake should be on default as a 1. So I need to make sure that's actually plugged in, because that should work fine. The way I have the keys is, this is how they're set up. So if you operate the keys, they have a reset function of 30 seconds. So just like in real life, you'll pull the disconnect pin on the coupling, and then the train can pull apart. And it will open up the jaws and they'll reset, so that when you slam into them again, they'll lock. So you don't have to go to each car and reset them. They auto reset. So this does the same thing. So you do the key, you have 30 seconds to disconnect them. And then eventually the key will reset itself, so that when you want to reconnect to it, you just back in it. You don't have to go and like set it up. So that's kind of a good way to do that. So I do that on the 5th wheels. Anything that would auto reset IRL, I do that. So this is brakes. Why are the brakes not on though? That's the question. That is the question. Let's see if why they're not on. It should be reading a 1. Brakes are 1. Okay. So so I fixed them. It just has a little bit of slip as it is. Okay, and then we brakes off, and clearly we can push it. Brakes on. All right, good. So I probably just had it disconnected on the other vehicle. But that caboose came together well. So let's go ahead. I'm gonna save this. So that I like it. Lighting. I'll go ahead and save this. I'm gonna go take a quick coffee break. I need to use the facilities, and then we'll go ahead and we'll continue on from there. We got a bunch of stuff to do. So a lot of building today. Kind of work on some of the stuff we need to last time. So be right back. All right, I am returned here, so let's see what we can do here. Let's catch up on some chat here. Nope, not leaving, just getting the coffee. How's it going? PFEF, FER, TV. Or phosphorus, iron. What the hell is F? Fluorine? Fluorine? This would be what, no, phosphorus P? I think phosphorus P. Phosphorus, iron, fluorine, iron. I don't know if R is anything. Radium, maybe? How are you? A little ice cream on Citrus again. He's getting his ice cream in. Have someone an idea for trailer legs? I just use pistons. Yeah. Yeah, it was just the capital letters got me into a chemistry jaunt on that. Yeah, yeah, I could tell it's Pfeffer. I was looking at trying to go through the periodic table. It was the capital letter, small letter that got me into the periodic table here. You find one. Oh my god, why they don't have a dark mode periodic table? Come on, man. Get with the times here. I can't look at bright stuff there. Oh my god, somebody does have a dark mode periodic table. I'm in love. Beautiful, beautiful. We love that. So let me see. Let's see how badly I did there. P. Yep, phosphorus. I had phosphorus. Fluorine, I had fluorine, right? I know I have iron, right? Fe. Iron. Then what else did I say on there? R. Radium? I said radium for R. I don't know if there's a strict R, is there? Radium, I think, is RA, isn't it? No, let me look. You got rubidium, ruthenium. It'll be in the radioactive elements, so it'll be high in the chart. Radium's RA. Yeah, radium. Yes, I don't think there's an R. Yeah, I was looking at the R. R had pause because I didn't think there was anything that was just R. No, I don't think there's just an R. Because they're all, I think most of them are radioactive. Radium, radon. I don't know what that is. I can't remember what that is. A lot of them are like high up. Let me see. Is there radioactive? Here's one here. Let's see. Where are we at here? Rontagidium. Yeah, thanks. 282. That's got to be radioactive. That high. What else do we have here? Rutherfordium. Yeah, you're starting to get into the stuff that's probably a synthetic. Promethium. I know promethium, I think, is... is promethium synthetic? I think these are all the synthetic ones down here. Yeah, I think those are all the synthetics down there. You know, some of them are theoretical too, is they know there's a gap in the protons, so they put something that would be there. But yeah, there's no R. So I had everything else right. I was like, I paused and rhenium, like renal failure. I don't think there's a strict R, is there? There's ruthenium there, rhodium. I think all the R's are double letters, I think. Yeah, phosphorus, iron, fluorine, iron, and an R. Yeah, yeah, that's what I said initially. Yeah, there's no strict R. I know the rest of them. You start getting in the high elements, you're starting to get into radioactive shit and stuff with way too many protons for its own good, and that's not good. But I got the rest of them. I knew fluorine, I knew iron. Yeah, I know all the regular ones. Phosphorus is there. I like chemistry. I wanted to be a chemical engineer initially. That was my that was what I wanted to be initially, was a chemical engineer. All right, good. So we're pretty much plugged. Let's get lighting in here. Let's do this. RGB light dimmer. Let's put that in there. You guys aren't squinting when we're in here. And then that pretty much wraps this and licks this and gets this ready. That's going to be nice to... be kind of cool to have this give us something to play with, you know? It adds some depth. It's like, you know, whenever you... That's one thing. It's like, this has been great, just thinking of, like, mining again, because it's like, build on new stuff. You know, it's like... That I kind of enjoy, is it's kind of nice to get some new stuff, get some up-to-date stuff, you know? Bring back some old stuff, but for the most part, you know, grab some new stuff. We'll put heat in here. I always end up adding heat to this light. The reason it has a gap on there and then add heat was this was part of a tutorial, so I didn't bother sticking it in at the time. Giggity. But let's go ahead and put it right here next to this door. Do I put it there, or do I... Yeah, I was going to say, with the heater on there, do I put it here? I think I do. Then we got to paint that side of it. This is going to be a painting annoyance here. There we go. There we go. There we go. Let's go ahead and we'll get... there we go. All right, good. And then I'm going to add heat on here. So we'll do 3 heat. Who knows if we go to the Arctic or not. What are you? 3, 3, 3, 3. Bingo. And then we need you. Give me the line, please. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Yeah, let's see where do I want a heater in here. I don't know how well it heats in closed room. Let's just not put it in here like a donkey. Maybe I'll make a little stove. Oh my god, give me not additive paint for 2 seconds, please. I can just finish this up. There we go. Let's see. I could put a stove over here, but I don't know. Right there, maybe. Little downward radiative heating. It's not necessarily, you know, it has an old school feel, but it's kind of it has modern appliances. It's not like I'm trying to go ultra old school on it, so it doesn't really matter all that much. All right, and then you can get painted. Bango. Okay, and this is going to go in somewhere under here. Where you at, guy? Right here is good. Put them on the axles. Not good. Goob, goob, goob. So that's pretty good. Let's save it up. So I'm content with this caboose. I think this is going to be cool. Yeah. Yeah, there's no R. I'm usually pretty good at picking out the periodic table. I didn't think there was an R. Most of the R stuff is not, I don't know if it's... Yeah, mostly getting into radioactive stuff at that point. Radium, rubidium, some of the other ones were rutheniums, weird shit like that. Radon, radioactive. Radon mitigation in my house. Is that pleasant? Because of that pleasant fellow, radon. Pretty much most houses in my area have either have radon or have radon mitigation, which it's better to have the radon mitigation than to not have it. One think we'll add. I'm putting a ladder on here. We'll do that. Why don't I put symmetry back on so I don't have to do this 500 times? Let's do that. There we go. Okay. And do I do this? I do. Okay, I like the look of that. Thinking about adding a black pipe along there. Let's try this and see if I like it. Not a black pipe, this color pipe. Yeah, I think I do. Okay. Yeah, there we go. I like that. Oh, I'm trying to find the center point here. Where are we at? Right there. Right there. Zing zang bitch. Let's go. Little details here and there, just kind of make it feel alive. Let's see where we have a middle point on this. I'm good with that. We won't beat it to death. All right, let's go ahead, and I want to grab the... Where you at there, guy? Where you at there, guy? Intermodal train. Let me make sure that's the latest version. I just want to double check. I got distracted by my coffee while I was clicking on it. I'm like, I want to make sure I get the right one. So one of these I was able to push around that I should not have been able to push around. Why do we have two of these? Oh, okay, this is the crane. Okay, that's why. Going to brakes. Brakes, we're good. Make sure we're actually plumbed in for the control panel. Spawn it and just make sure the brakes are on. Thought I was noting the brakes were not coming on, so. Brakes are good. Oh, Jesus. Apparently, I had no clip on still. Yeah, okay. And then the thing we had to do here is this needs to come out. I need to extend these a little bit. Trying to get everything. That was good testing yesterday with the multiplayer stream. Getting what everything needs. Did a bunch of work on Harafe last night. All right, there we go. Let's save that. So let's see, intermodal. All right, good. I was thinking of extending these further, but I think we'll just be careful and make sure the trains are facing the cars are facing the right way. We were still able to do it fine last time. It's just important. We got to make sure we go the right direction. Catch up on chat here. We'll see you later near Pfeffer TV. Thanks for hanging out. Yeah, superstructure's gonna be tough. The scaling's tough. Getting it light enough can be tough sometimes. This will help. I'm trying to optimize a little bit. I don't need to optimize huge, but like we were doing all right, so. Well, like stuff like this will help. Like these aren't really critical if these are independent, and that will take out a like that's one thing. Like talking about optimizing for multiplayer is like, you know, a lot of my craft have like 8 sub bodies, which starts to get, you know, and then you have 8 of them out. You know, it starts to get pretty taxing. Where like taking that takes out a sub body. That took out 2 sub bodies to do that. So that's worth doing. Let's add a point of let's get this out of there because that's bugging me. There we go. dudes on Reddit were all annoyed that I went radio silent on. It's like, nope, I got other stuff to do than argue with you people. Let's see. Not worth my time. Here we go. Now we'll go like that. Okay, good. Little bit of that was a little bit barren underneath there, so that fixes that up a little bit, cleans that. This bugs me. Oh, yeah. That right there bugs me a little bit, these little stick overs, so I'm just going to cut them. Like that. They were fine when they're under stuff, but they look wonky weird now. Okay, good. So let's save this. I showed you guys the field bin, so that'll be helpful and useful for stuff. Yeah, let's see, we got any... Okay, I just checked on Twitch and it had some comments, but I already answered that person over here, so yeah. But I like chemistry. Chemistry was fun. You know, my high school grades weren't good enough to get into chemical engineering, but my college grades were really good, so I was happy with what I chose. It just, you know, high school, I was not interested. And if I wasn't interested in something, I didn't do terrible, but I wasn't. If I wasn't interested in, I didn't put all that much effort in. So like, have good grades in chemistry, and then other things like humanities, I didn't care about, you know. Let's see, microwave. I think we're pretty good on that. I'm trying to look through some stuff, see what I need to work on here. You know, like yesterday's multiplayer kicked off a bunch of stuff that needed to be done. So let's go ahead and, as it is the career build series, let's go ahead and we'll load that save and we'll at least get moving some stuff around there. I made many copies. I'm not going to pare down these copies until we get back into the multiplayer, next episode of multiplayer series. I do not know when that's going to be, but soon. Join the services. I was, when I went, like, I wanted to be a naval aviator. I wanted to fly F-18s. And so, when I went to college, they only had, Air Force and Army, and I wasn't going to Army. And Air Force couldn't guarantee flight slots. So I wasn't going to go and have a commitment and then not be able to fly, because that was the whole reason I was there. And then they had Navy come in, but like my program was like a 5-year program, and I got out in 3.5 years because I just wanted to hammer and get out of there, and so I got out early, and so they wanted at least a year of ROTC, and I was almost out, so it was like, what are we, like just hang around and do nothing? Well, you know, to get that in there. Well, the whole point is I want to fly fixed wing. I don't want to fly helicopters, and the only thing you can fly in the Army is helicopters. You know, I was a fixed wing guy, so, you know, I'm not going to go to the Army and fly rotorcraft. You know, if you want to fly, if you're looking to fly fixed wing, so that's why the Army was a definitely no. They didn't have any aircraft that I wanted to fly. You know, so then they expanded the ROTC. They ended up getting the Navy. Like, oh, there's a shark. About a year before it was like half a year before I graduated, and they wanted at least a year out of you. And I was like, so I'm like, I'm not hanging around to like, can't 100% guarantee I'm gonna get put in the carrier, you know, and so. You know, so I wanted F-18s. That was my dream. Was that why can't I walk here? I'm trying to walk. All right. The wind is blowing me every time I jump, so I gotta be careful here. So, you know, that's why I didn't even bother. And we have one of our 900 wars we always start, so that was probably for the best. You know, the nice thing with the Navy is you're on the carrier. You know, it doesn't matter really where you are, you're on the carrier. You know, the carrier is kind of the best place to be. Is you're either in a fighter or you're in, or you know, a plane. You're not necessarily guaranteed fighters, but or you're, you know, in the carrier group. So you're pretty much you know, you're pretty much impenetrable at that point. You know, you got a stateroom. You're not potentially out in some hut somewhere. You know. You know, and the Navy had other jobs I would want to do too. It wasn't. You couldn't get that. It had other jobs I wanted to do. Okay, so we are going to need to locate Tethys. Oh, if I can remember the frequency. Let's see. I think it's 6886. No, it's 44444. That's what it is. You know, I think they, at the time, they wanted 10 years out of pilots, I think. They wanted at least 10 years out of pilots because they were, you know, theoretically training me, even though I would have had pretty much everything I needed at the time. Let's see, 1.3, that doesn't make sense to me. 329, I don't think that's right. I can't remember if I put that system on here yet. Let me look. There's an antenna on top. There is. Tethys should be 444. Let's see if I can find Tethys because it's been a while since I used the save. So let's go ahead. That's definitely not right then. Okay. So I have to double check this. Oh no, 444 is the auto stop. 688. That's what it is. So the auto stop is 444. I got you now. So 6886. There we go. Then I need to go over here to radio, not radio, yeah, radio. Radio 77, that makes sense. Perfect, that makes sense. All right, we'll track in. That makes sense. Okay, yeah, so I was trying to remember the radio frequencies. I have them written down, but I don't want to go through my Google Drive and go through all that. Yeah, carrier is the best place to be. You know, you've got a full ship of other fighters that, like, if you go down, they're going to launch a helicopter, most likely pull you out of the drink. You've got, you know, the whole carrier group there for rescues. They've got, you know, you're in a stateroom. You know, you've are ready rooms there. It's like you're not, you know, in some base somewhere. You know, you're always moving. You know, they have all their, what are they, SA, are they SA2s now, I think? You know, it's pretty much like the safest place to be. Yeah, you know, Army, like, let's see, the Osprey, they were still, like, testing the doing final testing in the Osprey when I don't know if the Army has any Ospreys. I thought they got some. But I'm not a huge fan of any, like, it would be cool to learn how to fly a helicopter, but I wanted fixed wing time. You know, because, like, after you're in the, like, say after you're in the Navy, you want to go right to the major airlines. You don't want to go to a regional. And so, like, it doesn't matter as much anymore, but it was a pain in the ass at the time. They were counting, if your engines were too close together, they were counting it as inline multi-engine PIC. And they wanted a certain amount of regular multi-engine PIC. So, like, if you were like an E2 or you were running a Greyhound, that would count fine. If you were in, like, a fighter, it wouldn't count as much. But then they have a pilot shores. They don't give a shit now. You know, as long as you're breathing, like, they'll take you. But you know, so that was kind of the dream, was F-18s. I always liked the F-18. There's Tethys, all lit up. So we have the stop command in. Trying to see. SM2, yeah, that's the ones I was thinking of, yeah. Yeah, those are all like the anti-missile missiles, and they work for everything. They're anti-air. But Yeah, you're pretty safe in a carrier group, you know. There's a lot easier targets than to be trying to hit a carrier group, you know. Carrier group is not an easy target by any stretch of the imagination to go against. You know, and they're always crashing helicopters because, like, it's just like the sand is not forgiving to them. You know, you've got, you know, you got this helicopter, like, not a ton can go wrong with a helicopter before you end up, you know, hanging out of a tree like a Christmas ornament. You know, fixed wing, you know, you've got multi-engines, you can glide to a certain extent, you've got, you know, it's just like you lose a rotor or you hit a rotor blade or something. You're not in close quarters with terrain like you constantly are in rotorcraft. So like, it would be kind of fun to learn how to fly a helicopter. Like, but like I would think of like some of the jobs. It's like I do not want to be doing that. And that's pretty much. I think most of the Army craft are all rotorcraft at this point. There's not much. Can't think of anything else that's not rotorcraft that they're running. Ah. You know, this was not that many years after 9/11 when I was having to worry about this stuff. So it was like, oh, go directly to Afghanistan. Do not pass go. Do not collect $200. It's like, oh yeah. At least you know, at least in the Navy or on the carrier, it's like, go to the carrier. Who cares where I am? You know, it's like, go sit out in a tent in Afghanistan. You know, next to a helicopter and just go buzz the mountains at night. It's like, no thanks. No thanks. You know, and then if you like, if you couldn't make it through flight school or through you know, your flight training, or you know, if you had a commitment from ROTC and then you God damn, get out of there, you scumbag. Then you could, you know, you end up not being able to get into flight training. You're screwed. You know, you end up having you still have a commitment. Now you're ground pounding or something or doing something else that's pretty miserable. If your goal was to fly, you know, your goal was to do the thing you were doing, that's one thing. But if your goal was something else and then you get stuck with something you wanted nothing to do with, kind of sucks. Just bad timing overall too. Like I got out at a reasonable time, and I came in on the leading edge after 9/11, where they finally started hiring again because they weren't hiring. The airlines weren't hiring for quite a few years. I got hired in 06 for the airlines, so it was like, you know, not that 9/11 was not that far in the rearview mirror for that, and so it was kind of, things were still kind of shaking up in a big friggin' mess. Took us all for granted because it was kind of like they hadn't hired for a while, so they were still treating us like shit. And now they cry, oh, we can't get enough pilots. So it's like, yeah, you treat us like shit for a lot of years, and then you wonder why some of us don't come back. You know. You know, now they're treating people better, but still not fantastic. Yep, Katie did. The Hornet's still going strong. They got the, what is it, Growlers, like the new electronic warfare version now. I like a lot of the naval history of the aircraft because like you have some that like they would love to get rid of and they can't because it just does everything they need it to. Are you raising up? I can hear the winch going. Are you actually doing anything, or are you? Winch up is one. You know, like one of my favorite was the Sky Raider. Is that going up or down? I can't fucking tell. Ugh. Let me see. I can't tell. It looks like it's paying out. It should be up by now. It was Sky Raider they were still launching radials off of the carrier in Vietnam, because of the Sky Raider was just like they couldn't get rid of it because it did everything they needed, Yeah, so I have that backwards. I gotta fix that. Yeah, so it's kind of neat. Like they had some aircraft that like a couple years and then they were retired, and then Sky Raiders are still banging around, and they were like, "Oh, let's pull this off and do it." It was bulletproof. And they could retrofit it to do something else. And like, the Sky Raider outlasted some of its competition. Like I think the Intruder was finally when they nixed it was the Intruder started coming in. The Intruder didn't last that long. I remember like when I was a kid, I liked the Intruder as well, and the Intruders didn't have that long of a service life compared to like a Sky Raider. Some of them were like still hanging around. Like they had jets banging off catapults, and they had this big radial, coming in too. It was funny. The old Sandy missions. It was like the ugliest type of flying you could imagine doing Sandy work, and but it was like it seemed interesting. It was interesting flying, but did not want to be a Sandy pilot, I don't think, because they would go and they were like when they would rescue downed aviators in Vietnam, they would send the Sandys out, and they would just like try to tank all the anti-air fire. It was like, so you got this old piston radial banging against, just like trying to get all this AA fire and like doing close air support for the helicopters, so the helicopters could come in and get the downed aviators, and it was like. It was heroic work, but it was like pretty damn scary to be doing that in like this era. I think it was Strela. I'm trying to remember the name of the it was before the Tunguska for the Soviet Union. It was there. It was the AA mobile AA platform. Strela. I can't remember the name of it. I'll have to look it up. It was kind of like, I remember if you ever watched the movie Flight of the Intruder, I think it was one of those, and that was what was going after them. And so the Sandys were flying around doing the Sandy mission, like they were trying to find him the whole time as they were trying to rescue. They're trying to find the AA, and they're just like, shoot at me so I can find you. They come back with like tons and releases. True, okay, that's why. They have tons of holes in them, and it was just a tanky airplane. It was a big airplane, too. That was... Like, the Sky Raider is a big plane. Like, my Sky Raider is almost 1-to-1 in-game, and it is, it's damn big. It, like, you put it next to a tank, and it's like, it's huge. There we go. All right, good. Let's grab this rope. The wind is really high right now, so it's like jumping sucks. It doesn't want to jump either. Oh, engine's still on. Let's hold off on pressing the door open here, and let's shut this engine down so we don't all get carbon monoxide poisoning here. Yeah, like I can't jump right now because of the wind is like blowing too hard, and it keeps pushing me out of the way when I try to jump. So again, reason 9 million, just put the custom menu on. It's like game's doing something unrealistic. Like what do you do in real life? Put your 2 hands here and climb up. And you can't do that, so instead of complaining about it, just put on custom menu. Go to no clip. No clip's a good way for like when you can't physically do something. Shilka's what I was thinking of. Thank you. Yep, it was the Shilka. Yeah, I'll show you mine, Hollywood, if you're still on when I get to a base. But my Sky Raider has the 2 seats in the back. You see, I'm fine. That Shilka. I like the Tunguska though. Tunguska's my favorite. So here is the Shilka. Yeah, that's the Shilka. And then I think it was, had the Tunguska was after that. I like the Tunguska best, but Shilka's pretty cool. I think that was a Shilka and Flight of the Navigator, and then Tunguska. Let's see, Tunguska, that's the Tunguska right there. Tunguska's nasty. It is thoroughly nasty. Big ass ammunition, just fast firing. It's just rockets, or missiles rather. Just nasty. I like it. They have some Tunguskas in Tarkov too, so I'll always be yelling out next to Tunguska. Yeah, I like the Tunguska. Shilka was cool too. What's it got on there? APZ 3, Grom surface-to-air missiles. Let me see. Do they have anything on the? Trying to see if they had anything on the cannons. So it had 4 23mm cannons, and then the Tunguska. Tunguska's rocking. They're big suckers. Twin 30s on there, but it fires damn fast to be twin 30s. It's pretty nuts. And then let's see the Sky Raider. A1. I'm sorry, A2. I've put in the wrong one. That's what that was mine's this model here with the door in the back. That's the one I put on there. That's my favorite paint job. But like the service history on this is long. Introduced in 46. Retired from Gabon in 85, and the U.S. retired in 73. You know, nuts. Like, you know, it was produced from 45 to 57, but they're still running them in the U.S. in 73. And Gabon used them till 85. It's like, it's a long run. You know, they're banging them off carriers in 73. Like, what was the... oh, what is it? 104 Skyhawk? Skyhawk? Let me think. I can't remember. Yep. A4 Skyhawk. A4 Skyhawk was retired. Yeah, they were hanging around. I didn't know they hung around that long. I'm trying to think of, like, there were a couple. What was the F-111? Not F-111. What was the big carrier? I can't remember the numbers. I can't remember my numbers right now. I'm going blank on numbers. But, like, they had some, like, newer jets that they brought in stuff to replace the Sky Raider. That the Sky Raider was still there when they retired that. It was like... It's like they couldn't get rid of it. It did what it was supposed to do. You know? Reliable, did what it was supposed to do. Big friggin' radial on that sucker. Just nuts. It's kind of cool, the history of all that stuff. Alright, let's go ahead and let's head somewhere. Let's see, where do we want to head? Let's head this direction. We want to go there. We want to head back to FJ. Let's see. We own here. What do we have for fuel here? We have 0 diesel here. We carry anything on board? I don't think we are. We have a newer version too. Let's head back toward FJ and we'll grab the new version anyway. So we'll do that. I've definitely upgraded this. So let's go. Start moving. And GPS, autopilot master's on. Okay, we should be turning. We are. Okay. Yeah, the radar-guided guns of the Tunguska is nasty. The sound of it is insane. You know, insane. You know, and then like Hollywood's saying, is optical missiles no radar warning receiver warning, so they just bang you. 87 Corsair, yeah, that might be what I'm thinking of. Is like I'll look up the Intruder too. Like I really like the Intruder was one of my favorite planes when I was growing up as a kid. The old Intruder. So like the first flight was in 1960, so they had just finished like producing the Sky Raider. It was retired in 93, introduced in 63, so that had a 20-year span. And then you're talking, you almost had a 30-year for the A1. They like the versions of the A1, like they did a 4-seat A1. They just bastardized that thing to keep it around longer and longer and longer. But I like the yeah, there's the Sky Raider right there mentioned, because it was set to replace the Sky Raider, right? So the Intruder came in to replace it, and they stuck around together for another. Was introduced in '63, so the Sky Raider stuck around for another 10 years. Yeah, which is pretty remarkable. Pretty cool. Oh, that's interesting. It was originally supposed to have tilting exhaust to help get off the carrier. That's interesting. Yeah, like I think the F-111. I'm trying to think of the F-111. Trying to think what they were doing with that. A7 Corsair. You duplicate this. This is what using a small ship's good for. It can do other stuff and look at things. I like the Corsairs. This one, is that one the Tilton? The wings are interesting on these. Which one tilted? I can't friggin' remember. I used to know all this stuff, and my brain is crap. But they had one of the versions, it had tilting wings because like we'll go into like a little bit of aerodynamics and stuff here. So like if you have a symmetrical wing, you have to angle it or else you're not going to get anything, because it has equal lift top and bottom. So if you run if you run the chord line there, so like say that's your chord line, and then you go up on the wing like that, and then you duplicate it. And then we'll, can I flip this and not flip the whole, I can flip the layer. Flip, vertical, and then so like if you have a symmetrical wing like this, I'm just going to hand draw the end of it, but like if you have a symmetrical wing like this, it's pretty much, you're getting equal lift top and bottom for the most part. And so you actually have to change the angle of attack. So you get, it's sucky the size of that. Let's fill the arrow. Let's go up to 20. So like you figure your lift is pretty much almost equal up and down. So you'll notice like when you use fins in game, they do this. Like you don't need to put on a number on the fins in game and you'll get lifting forces or stability forces, because you have equal lift up and down. So it wants to stay in its position. So I'm trying to remember if that's, it wouldn't be dynamic static stability. I think it might be dynamic static stability. I can't remember. I used to know all like the combinations of static stability and dynamic stability. I can't remember them all now. It's been, next year will be 20 years since I graduated from college. But let's see, with my degree. So it's, so like this has same lift vector on top and bottom. So you need to angle it. So like some of those you would have to, like for example, one way you can do it is you make the landing gear. We're on the same layer. Let me down the layer here. All right. So like, for example, if you want to rotate, you have to actually get more lift going up, you have to change the angle of attack. And so one thing you could do is you could squat the rear gear, and you could also lift the wing up, because you need increased angle of attack to actually get off the deck. And so generally you don't have too many symmetrical airfoils on your main wing, but I'm trying to think. Let's look. Was it the F8? Which one had the, right here, F8. It was the F8. So like if you look at the F8, you see how this wing is tilted up? There was a hydraulic here, and it would push the wing up to increase the angle of attack. You also had leading edge slats, because the wing itself was pretty symmetrical. And then the rear, the main landing gear would sag so that you could increase your angle of attack. So when you went off the carrier, you had enough angle of attack to get the hell out of there, because you wouldn't have enough lift. You'd plummet into the drinky poos. And so those are all kind of things they did to change the angle of attack on the aircraft. So it's kind of neat. This one, I think the 7 did not do it. I think the 7 had a different wing on it. I can't remember. But it's kind of neat, all the different things you had to consider with that. Like, you would have to do that with your airfoil. Like what's the service life on this? This was 65 to 91. That's not too bad. That's sub 30, sub 30 by not that much. So 26 years, something like that. So you see, what's the 8 look like? Where's the 8? There's the 8. How long was the 8 around? 57 to 76. Yeah, so that had a 19-year lifespan, and at least in the U.S. military. But it's kind of neat, I kind of geek out on all the, especially airfoil stuff, like stuff that goes into like what my degree is in. It's kind of interesting to me. Yeah, that wouldn't surprise me. The GAU pushing shit over. It's a big ass gun, that. Yep, the Crown Vic. You can't kill it. It's ugly. Just hangs around. Dude, I wanted to be a Sandy so bad when I was a kid growing up watching Flight of the Intruder. It's like the most dangerous flying too. It's ugly. Let me see if I can find some pictures of the Sandy. It's just like, they have pictures from Vietnam that were just ugly. Like, it was just like they would just go down low. Like, this was their job. Like, they come in here, like, this is just an art piece, but like, their job was to come in, escort the helicopters in, go down low. They would have rockets, and they would just try to draw fire. It was like, shoot at me, shoot at me. And they would just go low and just pepper people, and like try to draw the fire so the helicopter could come in and hover, because they would drop the, I forget what it's called. It was this. It was like It was a weight, and it would drop through the tree cover, so it would just like bounce off the branches to get the cable all the way down. And then they would bring up the downed aviators. But that was like, it was this nasty fight. And they'd come back with like half the wing missing, and they'll just put it in for repair, and this thing would last forever. Like, this is the 4-seater version. They started putting these in, like, I think these were banging off the carrier while the Intruder was in. They put the 4-seat versions in. So you have all these jets banging around with this old radial. Like, look at the wings. Just the wings were caked with munitions. Like, it didn't care. Like, look at all that shit hanging off the wings. Like, it looked ridiculous how many munitions it could carry. It's like, they would come out just after World War II, and then they would run like early AIM-9s off them, I think. So they had some more modern stuff on them. It was nuts, like, how much they could stuff under the wing there. Like that stuff. We got, what are those? 1, 2, 3, 5 rocket pods, something like that. 2, 4, 6, 8, 7 rocket pods on that. Those look like, are those just big rockets, or are those like, I don't know what those are. It's kind of neat. A neat plane. All folded up. But like, this was their job for the Sandy mission, was they go down for rescues, and they'd just fly around and try to keep everybody occupied so they could get the people off. They're a very neat plane. One of my favorites. Certainly well before my time, but Yeah, that's what it was. Oh, that's neat. They're putting him off the ski jump. Oh, good. Yeah, I'm glad you like that flamethrower. Yeah, I think ski jump would be interesting. Kind of an interesting notion to jump off the ski jump. All right, we're close here to the target. Let's move to the next target. Come on, where's my cursor? Trying to get this to not zero my engines out. There we go. It already did it. Damn it. Trying to get it to not stop me. Got the sunrise over there. But it was a cool mission, you know. Definitely, it was not something you wanted to be doing though. You did not want to be you did not want to be doing a standing mission. It was just like flying low level on the trees. The reason you were out there was somebody got shot down. That was the whole reason you're out there. Somebody else got shot down, and you're out there trying to get them back, and you're out there like good chance you're getting shot down because of just ugliness. You know, treetop level. You know, pretty. I don't know. I wouldn't say all that outdated of a plane, but it was getting there, you know. But it was a rugged ass beast. It was just a beast of a plane. Yeah, it's amazing how much crap they could carry in the wings. It looked ridiculous. Like just seeing one on the carrier was just silly. Like seeing it, you know, next to jets. Let me see if I can find A1 Sky Raider catapult. Because they have old pictures of like what it's sitting next to. You know, getting ready. What they were launching at the same time it was silly. I don't see. I'm trying to see if they show some in the background. A lot of these are just showing like multiple A1s. Sound of a radio is just really cool too. Just listen to the radio. Yeah, there are a lot of issues with radios too, where like some of the more modern engines are better anyway. But it's like it would be cool if somebody just made a general aviation radio. But you got all sorts of issues. Like you've got inverted cylinders. So you need pressurized oil sumps. You need to have a bunch of you got to worry about the oil settling in the low cylinders. You know, you got a bunch of those issues where you start getting different horizontally opposed engines. Start getting rid of a lot of those problems. You know, there's a big difference between like a government or a military being able to operate something and like if you do something for civilian use too. It's like they can do the stuff like they run often enough they can make sure that they're cycling the engines and they can drain the cylinder if they fill with oil and stuff like that. You start getting into like general aviation. Somebody's gonna go crash because they're doing that. But like what year is this? This is 1960. Like you got jets banging off cats next to Sky Raiders. That's a F1F Tiger. You know, it's got leading edge slats on it. Flappage. Like, look at the size of it. Like, you think the Sky Raider's a big dog, too. It's like big ass plane. Yeah, you can fit two people in the tail. The tail is big enough to stick two Johnnies in the back of it. I'm trying to find a picture of the rear with the people in it. I used to have a picture of it when I built mine that had that. That's ugly. That wood deck, that still have a wood deck on there. What year was that? Is that a Bronco? Bronco coming in hairy? That looks hairy. Looks like it looks like He's not launching. I don't know why this guy's in the... looks like the launch position. I don't know why he's like that. They took the trackers, and the trackers became the California Forestry Unit is using a lot of these. Let's see, S2 tracker, water bomber. Like some of these water bombers are so old. Like it would be cool to go do water bombing, but like, oh my god, some of this equipment is old. Like they're still using these for water bombing. It's like. Yeah, like you can tell a lot. Like you can tell how old the plane is too by the tail. Like they stopped doing big square tails a long time ago. Started doing swept-back tails. You know, there's a lot like you see how it goes up vertical like that. Like they a lot of the stuff they didn't have wind tunnels for, very primitive wind tunnels. They were just kind of a lot of it was like guesswork. Like this looks like. Put a modified tail on that. Yeah, this is turboprop. You can see they changed the nose. It doesn't have the big bulbous round nose on it anymore. They converted this one to turboprop. Looks like Canada. Nope, that's Cal. No, that's Cal Fire. Never mind. They have a more pointed nose. They put twin turboprops on there. I don't know if the tail is this. Tail looks the same. It doesn't look like this one has a boot on the tail. This one does not. So they're probably just not certified for icing. There's no. I don't see any boots on the wings. This has boots in the wings, so they're probably not water bombing. You know, they're not going up in high altitudes. They probably don't need icing, de-icing equipment on there. It might be around a hot wing too. I don't see the silver or the hot wing though. Usually, if it's a hot wing, it's silver because they don't put paint on the hot wing. So I don't think it has a hot wing on it. What you would do is you'd put bleed air off the turbine through the wing. And then you have anti-ice, not just de-ice. Like there's a turboprop version. Like some of them, there's a turboprop, probably PT6s it looks like. Yeah, they look like PT6s. It's like some of that stuff's getting old. Like turboprops are pretty bulletproof. I'd much rather have the turboprop on there. Watching these wings unfold on the trackers was just like scary. Like how many articulations it does to get in position is like, ugh. Afraid something on there was gonna break and you get a wing pop off in flight. I don't think there is a modern in production water bomber. I think Beriev had the only recent one. Beriev, and that's not recent. You know, that's pretty. I think the B200 was one of the most recent ones. I think actually is China using their big turboprop? Is that one recent? I don't know. First flight was 98 of the B200 introduced 03. There's only 19 of them. Let's see, what was I just thinking of? This is the one I'm thinking of. I'm trying to see. AG 600. This is the one I'm thinking of. Yeah, so the first flight was 2017. I'd say, I think these do water bombing, and these. Let's see, did I just see it? Yep, right here. It says capacity 50 rescued or 12 tons, 26,000 pounds of water. So that's for water bombing. This is that's a cool plane. Interesting too is the wheels, the main gear go back and into the fuselage like that, which makes sense. You don't want them sitting in the water. You don't want salt up in the brakes all day long. This is a cool plane. But yeah, that's a 26,000 pounds. That's quite a bit of water. But I don't know of anybody. Oh, sorry, I didn't show you guys the picture. I keep screwing around with display capture. So this is the Chinese water bomber. I don't know of anything modern like the. What was it, CL415, something like that? I don't think that's very recent at this point. Let's see. You know, they're running, like, the DC-10's no spring chicken. Well, like, DC-10, I forget what year DC-10 was. Probably 70s. And then this is an old dog. You can tell by the tail how old that dog is. It looks like radials. I don't know. Radials they put in turboprops. Looks like radials. Neptune. Neptune's British, isn't it? Or no, I can't. No, it's Lockheed. Okay. I'm thinking of something else. I'm thinking of the Nimrod. That's what I'm thinking of. Big ass radials on there. That plane is 1,000 years old. Yeah, they still have a Mars going, a Martin Mars running water bombing. It's like some of the oldest stuff you can imagine is running water bombing. It's insane how like, you know, they just keep using some of that stuff and they just repurpose it, but it's like, oh my god, now you got to go fly that. Like I'd be kind of skeptical myself of jumping in some of that stuff. Would be pretty skeptical to jump in there. Like here's the CL415. Like what? Let's see. Introduced in '94. I guess they're still producing it. They're still producing this version of it. So they started the new version 22. So that's actually they did a version change pretty recently. So it was 93 to 2015, and then the new one's out in 22. So that's actually they're still producing these, I guess. I did not know that. Here's a P3. They're starting to do, I think they're doing the, I can't remember the name of it. It's the crop duster. It's one of the ag trucks. They're turning those into water bombers. Those are modern and running PC-6s. There's the B200. This one is ground fill IL-76, it looks like. Doing 737s. Ugh. It'll probably, you know, hold a reasonable amount of water, but they're all land filled. Like here's a Martin Mars still running where I just saw it. Martin Mars right here. Like the Martin Mars was introduced in '42, and they're still flying one of them. This one is a water bomber. Like you see the big rounded tail. Before they knew what aerodynamics was. I love the Mars, though. The Mars is a cool plane. But I'm not flying anything that old. No, thank you very much. Here it is. This is the ag truck I'm talking about, the AT802. This does crop dust. I would love to be a crop duster, but I'm not breathing the chemicals all day. Not happening. It's some cool-ass flying, though. Like, this is one of the reasons, like, so I'm going to do a video for the devs of, like, how they could add in farming, and it would not be, like, how they could add in farming. It could be a simple addition where most of it's reskins and a couple new parts. I agree, you know, I would love them to put in infinite number of parts in the game, of course, but, like, I understand their rationale and why they don't want to do it, and so, like, of course, I would love more parts, but I get why they don't want to add too many parts. And so I think, like, for adding farming stuff, they could do pretty much just a combine part addition where it's a 3x3 sculpted to look like a header, and you just stack them together and they pipe together, and then you hook them to ducting, and it would be just like that mining vehicle that I just made, and they could do farming. And then, like, for us to do crop dusting, all they'd have to add is fertilizer, and we would be able to make our own airplanes, use the stock fluid nozzles we already have, so all they'd have to do is add a liquid, which would be fertilizer. And, like, even if they don't want to add fertilizer, let's say they don't want to add fertilizer. Okay, they say, nope, we're not adding fertilizer. Well, they could just have us water it. So we already have water, and you can water your crop. The more you water your crop, the more growth stages you get. So, like, I would love to do some... imagine how cool that would be. You want to go out there on the ground and make a... let me see if I can find some... let's see... sprayer. You know, you want to make a ground sprayer, like, say, like this case sprayer, JD, whatever you want to make. Like, you go make a sprayer like this and go over the field and spray water on it. I would like it if they put in fertilizer, you know. But, like, you could go spray your crop and it gets more growth stages. Or you could, you want to make, you know, do water, you know, you want to do crop dusting, you can do that. You know, so I think that would be kind of cool. But crop dusting, like, would be fun flying, but it is dangerous. You know, a lot of people bang into trees. It's just you're low down in the trees. It's not not safe work. Let's put it that way. You know, they have some cool ass crop dusters, but you know, you're dealing with some ugly chemicals, and you're literally sitting right behind the tank. So you're inevitably breathing that in. Like some of the younger people doing crop dusting, there was a guy I was watching his videos. You know, he's got a respirator on the whole time. You know. Oh, you've been using a Q400? Oh, interesting. All right, we'll see you later there, Hollywood. Thanks for hanging out. You know what? That's a big thing, I think. Like, how do you get the devs to, like, consider something like, you know, if you listen to the Q&A, you listen to it carefully, and you kind of listen to what piqued Deltar's interest is, you know, they want to put in something that does not require a lot of parts, that is, that adds a lot of, you know, he really talked about he likes that mechanical element where you want to build some things. You want to do a lot of intricate mechanical things. And it makes sense in, like, what we have to do for certain elements of the game. And so, like, you know, I think the case could be made that by adding farming, essentially a reskin of mining in static locations, just like with mining, which would reduce a lot of the issues, it allows us to, for example, you know, you could have a seeder where you're buying... you know, the problem is you have to then have seed as a commodity. But, again, you're just adding a thing to hoppers. So you'd have a bunch of hoppers. You'd have funnels. Or you'd have hoppers go out of spray nozzles, whatever. And you drive over pre-selected farmland. So if you drive over farmland with seeds, it is now seeded. And then if you go over with either fertilizer or water, it gains a growth stage. And then, you know... you cultivate the land before it gains a growth stage, but it destroys crop. You know, it doesn't need to be anywhere near farming sims level of intricacy. You know, the point of this game is to build. The point of farming sim is to do that. You know, yeah, he had his blue pill today, the crane, so he's standing up at attention here. I thought I fixed that. There's a couple things I did. This is not the latest version of Tethy, so there are some things that are already fixed. But what I think is the issue with this is, if you look on this section, you can see there is a... this is all the locking track here. And then here, there's only one locking track. See this one gripper? So what I might do is, if you... Oh, there's a crate. Shit. I'm just going to no-clip to it. Cheating, I know. But, not that I need the money, but we'll take it anyway. What I can do is what I did with my, with Giraffe is I put the grippers sideways, and then they snap into position. They lock hard. So that's a good way to do it, so it locks. So what I might do is put, like, I might put a side lock on there and do that. So there's a bunch of things I could do to fix it, so... You know, this build has so many sub-bodies. Yeah, see, like, all that green's fixed already. This thing has so many sub-bodies. It's kind of like, this would be tough. Like, say, for example, we were doing the mining multiplayer stream. We could not spawn Tethys in and then have me somewhere way the Christ out in the middle of nowhere on Tethys while everyone else is mining. It's too much. And that's unreasonable to ask of the game. And it's like when people keep going, fix multiplayer, fix multiplayer. Some of these things are just not possible. You're asking... By saying just fix multiplayer, you're asking it to do stuff that just can't do. You know, it's not reasonable. You know, most games make concessions in, for example, the logic and the intricacy of their vehicles so that multiplayer will work. You know, a lot of games, the vehicles are much simpler than here, and they're much less configurable than here. And that is so that you can have, like, for example, DCS. You can have over hundreds of simulated miles. You can have complicated jets, and they do their own little tricks to make sure they all work. But, you can't make your own logic in DCS. You have to have a set of logic for a vehicle, and it has to be highly optimized so that DCS will work. And DCS still has problems, It still has desync problems and everything else, that will plague every game because guess what? Transmission only goes the speed of light, period. And then you're going to have some people on Wi-Fi, which is going to slow it down more. You're going to have some people on booty quality internet. That's going to slow it down more. We had a great time in multiplayer yesterday and very few problems because I have a really good PC. I have really good internet, and I was hosting. So if you said somebody on Wi-Fi with not a great PC was hosting the game, we'd probably all have a bad time, And so that's kind of like why when people like fix multiplayer, I'm kind of like, it's probably mostly on your end, or you're asking the game to do things that it just can't do because it's like, we had our great time. Some of the people who had high ping were a little bit desyncy, but for the most part, we were having a really good time and not having any real issues. And a big part of that is, we weren't asking ridiculous things from the game. We didn't have 32 people in. We didn't have 32 unoptimized vehicles, and we had maybe, 7? We had max, 7 unoptimized vehicles. Probably more than that because of the train cars. But, when we reloaded, we didn't bring the train in until I despawned some of the vehicles to keep the optimization up, And so some of it is and then I turned off all the AI, so you really kind of have to set it up for a multiplayer session, and expect realistic things, I expected us to get some lag. I was pleasantly surprised. I was like, oh, this is pushing it, trying to, get 7 people in here with this many vehicles, and we did fine, like Citrus saying, he was between 100 and 180 ms the whole time, and only desynced when we were moving on the train. That was it. That's pretty damn good. The longer the game stays up, the greater the chance that you have issues. So if you have a public server that stays up for 6 hours, it's probably going to start to look ugly at the end of the 6th hour. If you have one that reboots every hour, like we used to reboot our the Altus Life server every hour, things stayed pretty good. If you left it up for too long, you tried 3 hours, the game started breaking down, And so sometimes you need to reboot it, and it can fix all the issues. Like if people have banged a bunch of shit together, crashed some airplanes in the Altus Life server, you needed a reboot to get rid of all the junk that's everywhere. We used Daniel K's optimization mod or add-on or whatever you want to call it. What the hell is that over there? What is that place? I don't have my binoculars on me. What is that? Is that TT? No, that's just the place. That's the island there with the diesel pump. So that helped a lot too, but I think some people are just asking unreasonable shit of the game, and then they wonder why it's not perfect. It's not going to be. And I think we had that was a reasonable multiplayer session. No real issues. We asked about normal things, we expected normal things, and it delivered. And for example, I wasn't having. We didn't have a 7-person mining operation with 4 people dicking around on the train going somewhere else, with somebody driving around doing random shit, and then we had somebody flying a jet at 1,000 knots buzzing us. That's what a multiplayer server that's run like the Wild West is like, and it's gonna be a mess. You imagine the microcontrollers that we make, making the calculations that we want them to make do a conversion on a dial, working, going 1,000 knots, flying over a bunch of other people who have a ton of microcontrollers doing a bunch of calculations, and you expect it to behave perfectly. It's just not going to do it, You get a bunch of people together like the game was intended. Delta has talked in the Q&A. That was what he intended, was you would come together and you'd work together and you'd accomplish a goal. And we did that yesterday. It was fine. We could take a bunch of us on Tethys and probably run a couple of the accessory crafts fine. Now you start getting well beyond that. Like I'm down 10 FPS, not bad. The worst I got down to was 30, and we had, I don't know, we probably had over 100 subgrids out there. And that's kind of how you have to think. We had over 100 subgrids. We had, thousands upon thousands of calculations being done in a fraction of a second to make all my equipment work. None of my stuff's optimized for multiplayer. I have a little thing the diverter that just flicks back and forth for the fun of it to knock ore around, And you think about, like, that's something that's, like, if you wanted to optimize those builds, like, the duct would not move. The duct would be stationary. You would not have that flippy-dippy. You would, put in physics flutters wherever I could. I would make the stuff a little bit more boxy. I wouldn't have tilting tables on, like, every one of those, every one of those miners had tilting tables on them with a container sitting on top of it. It's not optimized at all, and we're doing fine, But we were expecting, normal things, I think, from the game, where some people are just like, they want to do like some unrealistic things that were never intended, and then they get pissy that it doesn't do what their imagination thinks it should do, and it's like, frankly, dude, it's never going to do that, Just never going to do it. Never going to be able to do it, All right, so we're getting in here, FJ. We'll put this away. Let's see where we're at fuel-wise. I don't have a fuel gauge on here. Let's go down and check the fuel gauge. I've got a new version of this already set to go. So we'll probably finish up when we get there. And then, so one of the things was getting Tethys back, getting the rescue boat back. Yeah, so we got about, 11,000 liters of diesel in there. So probably, in the career build series, we'll probably move some more diesel to get it on Tethys. I like to, cram that base with as much diesel as possible so that we can always leave full with Tethys and then leave some fuel here and there. Say despawn Tethys, fill the tanks 50% and leave half the fuel somewhere. That way, if we get somewhere and we need fuel, we can just grab it. Need to stop somewhere, fuel up. FJ is a good base for us here. It has a bunch of the stuff we need, and I can do whatever I feel like doing with the series. I don't know what we'll do tomorrow. Maybe multiplayer, maybe not. We'll see. Kind of feeling multiplayer. I definitely wanted to get a career build series in here. Build and work on some stuff, but it would be kind of cool to do some more multiplayer. I'll think about it tonight. We might drop in a, I'm going to kind of go a little bit more in depth and kind of log in who's in there. Might do a sign-up sheet. Doesn't mean you can't do it, but, if somebody signs up, I just don't want it where, somebody who never gets a chance to play, especially if they're a member, can't get on, so we'll make sure. I don't think that's going to be a problem. We have, let me see. Check the member count right now. I think it's 12. So there's 10 members who play the game regularly, 2 patrons who play the game regularly. So, we're talking 12 total people that would get priority to get on. And I think it's unlikely that everybody's going to want to get on at the same time anyway, or have the capability to get on at the same time. And then, if we ever get to that situation, we could try running 12 too. There's nothing that excludes that. We're running fine with 7. But if we get to the point where, say I could only run 8 before the game becomes a little bit stressed out because of the vehicles. You're getting 8 people. They're not sitting there with their thumb in their nose the whole time. They're they want to operate some vehicles. So you got to have vehicles for each person, have jobs for each person. So, we could always do a rotating thing where, if somebody's there's 20 hours they've been playing, and then one person has never been on, and now this is their one day off. They haven't had a day off. They're finally got a Saturday they can play. I might ask the person, hey, man, you've been playing a lot. Can you jump off and let Bob on? So I don't foresee a problem happening. We should be able to run it all. And like Aaron's saying, yeah, he's saying it has issues with the internet and the PC. So, if he can get on one day and it has it work and, make sure he gets on and can do it. And, but hopefully he can get on too. That would be nice. Be nice to get everybody on who can. And, like I said, I extended out to like Daniel K and some people who've been around for a long time. Like I went through some of the member list yesterday. Like I've got people who've been hanging around for, 2 years, and so, they've been supporting me for years and they'll get first crack. Like if somebody's brand new, I kind of want to test you out a little bit. So make sure you're not going to just be a troll and pain in the ass. But, I doubt that's going to be a big problem. Yeah, people have been bringing it up. They're like, people have been bringing it up. They're like, why is rules saying hi? That's part of the auto moderation system that I put on yesterday to try to deal with the bots. Kind of been dealing with some bots lately, so that's part of the auto mod. Is you have to do some things as a human being to prove you're a human being before it lets you message. And so by doing that, it hopefully it will cut the bot stuff down. I've got auto mod on a bunch of other stuff for that reason. If you find that it's auto modding you too much, it's supposed to send me a message if it deletes a comment or if it warns somebody. I don't it can't auto boot you. I don't have a set of boots. It will just block your comment and message me. And then if I see it's like blocking comments that shouldn't be, I'll send you a message that auto mods acting the fool and screwing with you. I'll just put that on there. I'll let you know. But if you do get something booted, again, that's auto mod. Like people will complain sometimes about like the official Discord, like, oh, the devs deleted my comment. The devs are not sitting there deleting comment after comment after comment. If you watch it, it's the bot. Like I literally saw somebody post 20 times in Vehicle Showcase while I was looking at Showcase on the official, and they were just doing. You're supposed to post a picture in Vehicle Showcase. If you don't post a picture, it auto deletes it. And once you get enough of those, it boots you for spamming. And that's the kind of bot protection. Is what a bot will do is go in there and try to spam whatever it's trying to do. And so you can see the auto mod working. So I think a lot of people get auto modded off. Like if you use certain language, on the official, like when I was doing the auto mod stuff yesterday, you can put in, it has a list of words that it chooses that I don't even know what they are. And so it could boot you for a word that I think's fine. I have to put that on the exception list. So if I see somebody got their comment deleted for saying poop, I'll go back in and I'll add poop to the poop words list. But, that's so if you have that issue, that's what it is. So don't freak out. It should send me a message if I don't respond to it. Let me know that, hey, it booted one of my messages for poop. But I don't have any auto kicks on there or anything, so it has to ask me if somebody's going to get kicked. Fuck is on the list. I put fuck on the you can say fuck list. I'm from the Boston area. We approve of fuck. I try not to say too much in YouTube because it will auto curtail ads if you say too much stuff. Yeah, sometimes are you on Wi-Fi, Aaron? I don't know. Like Wi-Fi is a tough beast to run. It could be just the internet too. I don't know. Oh, Texans in general are banned. Anybody with a cowboy hat auto gets put in their own little. We call it the rodeo corner. They get it put in there, and they have to ride 3 bulls before they're allowed to speak and chat. Yeah, I don't know about the internet in Texas. I know that the power grid's not great, but don't know about the internet. They came up with a secessionist power grid that's no good. Oh, there we go. Got a little pressure kill there for despawning Tethies. There we go. So, I haven't tested out swimming yet, but watch, like, this is what they mean when they said, let me find the wording of it. Talked about in the update yesterday, where is it? Disable look direction forces when surface swimming. So look direction forces is like this. If I jump off and I aim towards my ship, I will go closer to it. So like if you notice when I jumped on that, I looked down at the ship and it made it, see like that? I was going to go over until I started looking where I wanted to go. So they said they disabled that. Some people said they can't swim down. Okay, I can swim down. Able to swim. So I can swim. Holding down the control key. Looking around, I'm able to swim. Oh, swim well enough to drown. I'm on the surface. So I can swim on the surface. Like some people were saying they couldn't swim on the surface. I don't know what they're on about. I can jump up on my vehicle. I'm up on my vehicle. So yeah, so works for me. I saw some people in official were like, I can't swim anymore. And okay. I had not tested it, so it could have been true, but it appears that it looks like it's working for me. Hotspot or Wi-Fi, yeah. That's probably the issue. It's just kind of... Sometimes that stuff is just it needs more... Needs a better, more consistent connection through, or else you're going to get desync. It just sucks. It's like sometimes like hard connect. Like I had what was supposed to be good internet before my current internet, and it was supposed to be a gig, and it was never a gig. It was not fiber, it was cable. And they were horrible on it. So I talked to one of my buddies who does networking stuff, and he gave me he showed me a program to use, and the program would show me where the bad hops were. And so there was a bad hop in New York, and I brought it up to like them. I'm like, dude, you know, you got a bad hop in New York that is screwing me up. Like Tarkov was desyncing really bad. Always dying in Tarkov because of it. I was getting stutters in Tarkov. I kept telling them, hey, you guys, your internet's doing this. Oh no, it's not us. It can't be us. It's got to be on your end. Then they're happy to send somebody out 800 times, and then they'll keep replacing part X, Y, and Z, knowing it never fix it. Oh nope, it's not on our end. I finally was able to fire them when Fidium came in, and I got fiber internet that's cheaper, better, and it was like night and day. I actually get a gig, and I have no bad hop in New York, and bingo, internet's good. So Xfinity sucked on that. And like that, it was a monopoly. There was only one internet provider in town until this new company came in. And it's like, there's nothing you can do about it. And it sucks, you know. Sucks when there's nothing you can do about it. All right, let's check. I think we're caught up on chat. Let me quickly save this before I forget. And then we're like, oh, crap, I got to fix this again. Let's see. We are currently the 14th. So, probably plan on multiplayer stream tomorrow. We'll make sure, you know, if I get up and there's something going on, I can't do it. That's one thing, but should be able to do that tomorrow. Like do some more mining. You know, eventually when we do fishing and stuff, we'll bring in a different save for rescues and fishing. I think that stuff will go together well for that. I'm going to try something new today. If you notice something after the credits, that's just because me figuring out the system, but I can play a video for credits. It's just my regular credit video because I do all the members and everybody their credits. I usually say them out loud, but we're going to try to do it with the credits today. Let me see. Again, if you're doing participating in Juliet is extended until the 23rd, the morning of the 23rd. So the stroke of midnight on the 22nd. So Saturday morning, as soon as it switches over to Saturday morning, my time, Eastern Daylight Time now. So it'll be, what is it, 04? Oh, shit, I got to fix that, too. Let me go back and fix that. I have to fix the conversion. I didn't fix the conversion. It's +5 or +4, I believe, so it's supposed to be +4 now. I just wish we would stop doing the time change altogether. That would be nice. So 0400 Zulu, I believe it is. I'll double check that. But that should be correct. 0400 Zulu now. Let me just change it and check it. I do put both times, so always go by my time, but I try to get the conversion right. I think it's 0400 now. It was 05 before. 5-hour difference. Now it's a 4-hour difference. But that's extended, so we should be good. So, all right, I'm going to play the credits, guys. Thanks for watching. This will have all the members on it. So just please stick by for the credits. If you are new and have not subscribed, please consider subscribing. If you guys would like the video, that helps me out. And we'll roll the credits.